हेलो। हेलो। वो भी करते हैं। हेलो। हेलो। हेलो।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to switch off your mobile phones or keep them on silent mode? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Center for Joint Warfare Studies and the Indian Council of Social Sciences Research, I, Ritika Sharon, welcome you all to a 2-day national seminar titled Synergies in India's Disaster Preparedness Towards a Comprehensive Framework 2024. Let me begin by extending a warm welcome to our chief guest, Lieutenant General S. A. Hasnan, retired PVSM, UISM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and BAR, member NDMA, and our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Jugal Kishore, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College, Safdarjung Hospital, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We will start the proceedings with a welcome address by DG CENJOWS, Major General Dr. Ashok Kumar, VSM retired, is the DG CENJOWS, Delhi. A Kargil War veteran, he commanded an infantry formation in Arunachal Pradesh, served as MD, ECHS, and a PSO at Headquarters Eastern Command before retiring. He is a prolific writer who has authored 2 books and has written extensively on China, border management, and military capability development. Over to DG CENJOWS.
Respected General Hasnan, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, we are starting this event a little late. And I think there could not be a biggest disaster if we have to manage disaster in times of crisis to be there in time. I have written content to speak to you, but I thought I'll speak to you with my heart out because this is something which we have to grapple with very, very seriously. Disasters are not only when tsunami happens or when cyclones hit the coast, whether western coast or eastern coast, or whether there is an aircraft accident, or there is a train accident, or there are floods. You name, there are number of things which happen. But actually, disasters are happening at every moment, and they require all of us to make our major contributions. Our planet itself is at a major threat of many more disasters coming to happen. We have to make the contribution at the individual level, and a lot can be done even in that arena. We have to make our contribution at the organizational level. We have to make our contributions collectively at the national and international level. India has already created National Disaster Management Authority. Large number of states in India have also created state disaster management authorities, and there are multiple stakeholders who are contributing their bit towards disaster mitigation. We are also fortunate today to have General Hasnain amongst us, who has taken the activities of NDMA to a different level altogether. In fact, he conducted a major exercise to educate, empower, and coordinate with all the stakeholders in the state of Tamil Nadu, because of which the current cyclone which had hit Puducherry and Tamil Nadu was managed very, very efficiently. One are the natural disasters, but we should not be under the impression that natural disasters cannot be reduced. There are large number of natural disasters which are happening because of global warming and number of other things, which in case we prepare well can be reduced to a large extent. And even if they take place, our response can be in a manner that loss to life and cattle stock or the collateral damage which takes place every year, every month, in some way or the other, can be reduced if not eliminated altogether. Countries like China and Nepal are the upper riparian state for India. At times, they have to release their flood waters because of the natural necessity, but at times these are also weaponized. Some time back, you would have heard that some floods had come in Sikkim. There was social media post indicating that that was triggered by China's artificial cloud bursting, though it could not be authenticated that manner, but the scientific facility and capacity does exist in our adversary next door, and these things will continue to grow the world over in different forms. Disasters are not, as I was explaining, limited to these kind of things. COVID, it was also a disaster. We are facing air pollution here in Delhi. That is also a disaster. The way life is getting affected adversely, you will understand the meaning of disaster and its extent and the spectrum, even if you look at the dictionary meaning of disaster. So this is a very, very serious issue. We have large number of capacities, but we think we have to synergize that for our own benefit. Even in our individual capacity, if we plant a tree, we are contributing towards disaster mitigation and management. If we reduce the use of polythene, we are individually contributing towards pollution which is going to develop, or the water which is going to get polluted. A large number of things, small little things. Even if we save water, even that is going to assist in future things which may happen in terms of water shortages. We have already seen the water levels receding in a big way in multiple states in the country and the world. So disasters are something which have become part of our life. Normally, they get pronounced coverage and response once something big happens. Lives get lost and the agencies get responded. So whether it be at policy level, whether it be in terms of creating structures, their interplay in different forms, that is something which is critically needed in today's time. The country at the apex level is seized with this issue, but large number of activities in this domain also come within the state domain, and therefore the national level effort and the state level effort have to be in total consonance with each other. Only then we can move ahead. And therefore the subject which we have chosen is basically looking at synergies, because if you add 1 plus 1, it just becomes 2. But if you are able to place 1 and 1 by side of each other in a synergized manner, the value goes to 11. I'm sure each one of us understands that we all individually have certain capacities. The time has come to join those capacities and assist in culling out as to what could be our policies at the national level, what could be the add-ons which can be inculcated because of the advancement in technology, advancement of in communication, and so many other things. So today we shall dwell on this. I shall request, because most of you are already connected with this issue, as against going on the theoretical constraint, give your recommendations, give your views, whatever you feel appropriate. We will take a note, and in a compiled manner we will go to NDMA and also to the appropriate authorities, so that we can create a better India, a better living condition. It's really painful to see in 21st century of India and the world, we have to face so many painful events. India has done a lot for itself. It has done a lot for the multiple countries in the world. In fact, if the SDR operations are concerned, we are number one in the world, and where we have not actually selected the countries by specific affiliations to help them out. We have taken the friends and foes alike. When Turkey was hit by the earthquake, despite that country being anti to our national interest, India was the first responder which went there to assist that country. And in all these responses, the role of defense forces is very, very critical. Despite the disaster management is not a primary responsibility, the defense forces are meant to take care of the national security, external aggression, and they have been involved in the internal security duties also. But disaster has become part and parcel of everything. When something happens in Wayanad, it is the engineers from the defense forces, they go and create the bridge. If there is somebody who goes down a child in the borewell, it is the people from the defense forces who respond. And all this is not for media. Anything happening in the country, whether small, big, any incident, it is the defense forces which are the first responder. We have a more capacity where we can, make this available for our country men. And I think the defense forces have to also consider themselves as the people's defense forces as against something else. And so today in the discussion, we'll also look at as to what all can be done where without compromising our primary responsibility, we can do a lot towards our country. With that opening remarks, I express my gratitude to each one of you for sparing your time. I always make a statement that once you spare your time for somebody, actually you are giving that part of your life to that individual. So I am really grateful for you all to give your this part of life to CENJOWS, and more than the CENJOWS, to the nation for creating a resilient ecosystem for disaster management, where we can create a situation that it can be something of that our next generation hears that these things also used to happen in India, and it is doable, it is achievable. With that note, I close my comment, and thank you very much for your attendance and patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A word about our chief guest. Lieutenant General S.A. Hasnain, retired PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and BAR, is a member of the National Disaster Management Authority. He is one of India's most decorated military officers who retired as the Military Secretary in 2013. He has served in Srinagar, Sri Lanka with the IPKF, Northeast India, and Jammu and Kashmir. Post retirement, he has been active in Track 2 meetings on Indo Pak relations as a member of the Indian Afghan Foundation under the aegis of the Ministry of External Affairs and a committee member of promoting India Indonesia relations. In 2018, he was appointed as the Chancellor of the Central University of Kashmir, and then in 2020 as a member of the NDMA. A prolific writer and speaker, he contributes to major Indian newspapers, including the Times of India, the Indian Express, the Hindu, Deccan Chronicle, and the Asian Age, while participating in television debates. May I now invite the chief guest to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for that introduction. Good morning and Jai Hind to everyone. Dr. Jugal Kishore, the pleasure to be sharing the panel with you in the beginning, in the morning. General Ashok, a great honor given to me as a distinguished fellow of CENJOWS. It's my honor to come and speak here too. And what an appropriate introduction that you have given to the subject. People generally wonder how disasters affect them. It always, in human perception, most people imagine that disasters are always made for someone else, right? When a disaster comes, it will affect my neighbor, it will affect someone else, someone in some far off city. I'm not the one who's going to be affected by it. The day you are affected by it is the day you realize that disasters are for all. It can happen anywhere, time. And so that leads us to a very common a phrase you may have heard if you saw the Silkyara tunnel rescue last year when it was all over the television and I was giving the national briefs. I used a terminology called all of government approach. And that I explained that there are only two domains in which all of government approach comes to the fore. The first is our primary profession of the military, that is war. In war, you can't say it's the responsibility of the army, the air force, navy, coast guard, or the paramilitary forces. It is everyone's responsibility. The man who's making the last pin, which is going into some part of the tank, is also contributing to national war fighting. The similar thing is with disaster management. Every single person gets involved here. And you realize this only when it hits you. Otherwise, the common understanding is disasters are for someone else, not for me. Let me explain this to you anecdotally in a couple of anecdotes. Very common for us in the NDMA to receive this kind of a feedback at institutions where we go and speak. People tell us, for example, the Staff College, Wellington, a year or 2 years ago, when our senior consultants had gone there, the first question put to him was, so why the armed forces? What's this got to do with us? The NDRF has been raised for it. There are paramilitary forces. There are state organizations. Why come back to the armed forces for everything? Difficult to convince people with mindsets. Then you have to start relating the meaning of national security and disaster management. Okay. Is disaster management a part of national security? Debatable issue. A lot of people would like to debate that. Let me explain to you. What is the meaning of national security? The national security is to ensure that the aspirations your people have, the people of the nation have, those are secured. And they can continue to function, continue to aspire for what they wish to achieve. Neutralizing all those threats, obstacles which come their way. That is what is national security. It's not just about killing terrorists. It's not just about attacking a neighboring nation or defending yourself against a neighboring nation. It is about development. It is about comprehensive advancement of the human race. So, having said that, if disasters come to your life and erode a major portion of your gross development product, GDP, if it's eroded by 1.5% in a year, imagine the billions of dollars that you are losing. Those of you who may not remember, last year, on the 4th of October, Sikkim was hit by a huge disaster, a glacial lake outburst flood. Today, if you want to drive to Gangtok, you'll have to wait for the Tista to subside at certain places before you can drive on the road. Because the silt has come on the road and the level of the river rises whenever there's a rainfall. Imagine the way Sikkim is suffering today. To reach Gangtok, you have to go by roundabout routes because the infrastructure is all eroded. So it affects your national security. I was speaking at the clause seminar a few weeks ago. Very, very fine seminar with Chanakya Dialogues, or what was it called? Chanakya Forum or something like that, which was held in Manekshaw. And I remember in a very, very short 8-minute speech that I had given, I explained the relationship between national security and disaster management. So let me recall for you. How did the Red Sea suddenly get affected by piracy? Now, if you link up, you realize the famine of Somalia led to all kinds of turbulence within Eastern Africa. UN had to go in ultimately. A civil war carried on. It became susceptible to radical ideology. The whole of East Africa became a hellhole. It's from here that the pirates came out. And you found the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and places like that. The Indian Navy was very, very proactively contesting the piracy at that time. See how a disaster like a famine. What happened in Western Sahara? So those of you who have been reading Africa, Western Sahara had a similar thing. From where, because of a huge drought for a couple of years, lots and lots of people got affected. They had to move out. There was migration into North Africa, and from North Africa, migration into Europe. Much of what problems that you're facing in Europe is because of the drought of Western Sahara. Why go that far? Look at what happened in Bangladesh. Are you aware that in 1970, we talk about the 71 war, but most people in India have forgotten that in 1970, there was a super cyclone which hit Bangladesh. 540,000 people died. The origins of the Bangladeshi migration into Northeast goes back to 1970. It's the cyclone that affected it. The cyclone came back in 1990 again, and 140,000 people died of that. So this continues, this keeps on affecting you all the time. And if you're looking across your borders, see what's happening in Pakistan today. The floods of 2022 and 23 in the Indus have evicted 2.3 million people. 2.3 million people are internally displaced people within Pakistan. They are in shanty towns, all kinds of blue-covered UN, roofed hutments all over the place, camps which have been created. It requires $16 billion to resettle them. Does Pakistan have anything near $16 billion to resettle IDPs? I can predict to you the next wave of insecurity in India is going to be because of this. Why? Because you can recall that you got hit in Kashmir in 1990 because of the 3 million refugees which had come out from Afghanistan, which had been camped similarly on the western Pakistan border, where all kinds of seminaries had come up. That's where the Taliban was born. Took 15 years for the Taliban to come to power. 1996, they were in power. How you can connect up disasters to everything geopolitical and geostrategic, how it affects your national security. Which is why when we in NDMA, the operations division in particular, has instigated this, triggered this whole thought process that the armed forces need to come into it in a bigger way. One of the major reasons is this, besides the fact that climate change is on us today. And climate change is affecting us in unpredictable ways. You just can't say like what happened in Sikkim. And before Sikkim, it happened in Chamoli. These landmarks, we only in NDMA we remember. Landmarks the nation forgets. 7th of February 2021, a huge mass of ice fell from the Nanda Devi Massif, came into the valley. A flood was created because of that. 200 people died inside the tunnels of the Tapovan hydroelectric project. Right? People have all forgotten it. Thereafter, 2 years later, we had Sikkim. And this kind of a thing can happen. Kedarnath, we had Kedarnath before that. That was a different kind of a extreme weather event. Now, in all these areas, in the border regions, if you're on the western borders, BSF gets very deeply involved on the border itself. The army, of course, is there. The northern borders, if we go by that understanding of that gentleman from Staff College who gave us this point, that why are we involved in this? Then the army should sit back and wait for the NDRF to come, which will take 48 hours. For the NDRF to come, but there are 16 battalions of the NDRF. They can't be everywhere, right? If they have to respond, it may take them 24 to 48 hours. By that time, the critical period is over. Why not have a resilient set of armed forces which can respond immediately? Because the principle of disaster management is simply he who is there must be trained, must be empowered. He should be able to create the synergy to be able to respond. And that's exactly what we are seeking to do out here. Everyone who's a stakeholder will be capable of responding. We have the Air Force, which does a fantastic job always. We see the headquarter IDS sitting here with Colonel Nain. They are the ones who coordinate this entire effort with the NDMA. The Air Force comes in, the Navy comes in, Coast Guard comes in so many times. And our efforts go in. Ultimately, NDRF comes in and a specialized force. Collapse structures and things like that. They have a lot of good equipment with them. And they do a marvelous work. Today, almost all these tube well incidents with children going into them are almost entirely looked after by the NDRF. There was a time when the Corps of Engineers used to do this everywhere. Today, it's the NDRF doing it. So, synergy, the theme of this seminar. Synergy is the main thing that we are looking at. And as a process moving towards it, we in the NDMA have created a system by which we hope to be able to have large seminars, understanding, symposiums, events, and going down to the smaller levels wherever they are required. We just had in Lucknow this year, where we combined 4 states together with the headquarters central command, all the UB area, the MB area, sub areas, Air Force central command, and SDMAs of the states, the NDRF, the CAPFs, everyone. We had about 150 people there from 30 odd agencies to discuss this whole thing in form of a tabletop exercise, typical the way the armed forces do it. Sand model, you can call it a sand model, but this is done on a wall drop kind of thing. It's tabletop exercise. So we had a similar thing as General Ashok was just mentioning in Chennai. Wonderful feedback from the GOC to us to say that it has helped them so hugely in this recent cyclone which has hit Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu. All of them were on one grid, exchange of mobile numbers, etc. And there was a coordinating center for the whole thing, an emergency operations center which was functioning. Because of that, everything was smooth. Lives were being saved. Our principle in disaster management is always saving lives and saving livelihoods. There's no point in saving lives. At the moment you have to make sure, because ultimately those same people have to go back. They have to keep earning. They have to keep living. So livelihoods are very important. Finally, what does the NDMA do? So it's important for you to know this. What does the NDMA do? And we've got a full presentation for you, which Colonel Shahi will be giving. It'll be a good education to understand what does the NDMA do. Even as we are talking today or maybe tomorrow, the revision of the National Disaster Management Act is underway in the Parliament. Right? The National Disaster Management Act was enacted in December of 2005. What led to it? The super cyclone of Odisha, the Bhuj earthquake of 2001, and the Indian Ocean tsunami of 2004. It led to the creation of NDMA, it led to the creation of the NDRF, which incidentally, for army officers, NDRF is very similar in composition to the Rashtra Rifles. It's like the RR. In the RR, what we have done is, we have used the base of a single infantry regiment. We have brought in people from different arms and services. There is a combination of a Madras regiment with armored corps, with services in that manner. so that you have a kind of an ownership. A regiment takes ownership. Similarly, here you have 16 battalions in which ownership is taken by different CAPFs. The BSF takes one, BSF takes three, CRPF takes three, CISF takes two. It's like that. And the entire deputation is done from that particular organization. Unlike city operations, which are very intense, where your deputation is 2.5 years, here a person comes for 7 years in the NDRF. He becomes a virtual specialist. And when he goes back to his unit, he continues to contribute there because he becomes a master trainer to train people. That's how the network is increasing all over the country. So the NDMA, what it does is essentially that we oversee public policy. We oversee large amount of budgets for mitigation, projects, etc., new technologies from time to time. And our inspiration comes from two major things. One is the Sendai framework, which has given out 17 sustainable development goals. Is something worth Googling and reading it. It's a part of general knowledge in today's world. The Sendai framework. 2015 to 2030, the United Nations has laid down this. This is what the world will focus on attaining. The 17 sustainable development goals under the Sendai framework. And the second thing is the Honorable Prime Minister's 10-point agenda of 2016. Some fascinating issues which you cannot even dream of are given in that 10-point agenda. It's like a code. Some of you may remember in 1995-96, there was a thing called the 10 Commandments of the Chief of the Army Staff. For all officers functioning or all personnel functioning in a CICT environment. Everyone was required to keep it in the top left-hand side pocket in those days. It is very similar to that. If you keep this with you and you just keep looking at it, it will remind you of what your responsibilities are and what are the domains into which disaster management can be. One or two examples. It's a human right today to have early warning. And this is something which the NDMA keeps working on all the time. You'll be briefed on that just now, on the early warning systems that we have created, electronic early warning systems that we have created. The armed forces are oblivious of this. When it happened in Sikkim, we asked people, are you aware that you could have given out an early warning message to the rest of the world about this disaster? No one knew what this meaning of this was. It just shows how, if you don't come together, if synergy is not there, we can in the NDMA continue developing this. The armed forces will continue remaining in their own environment. And that's our whole purpose of the operations division. And you can see here, all represented by army officers here. Here, they're all army people sitting here. Generals, brigadiers, colonels, all of them are sitting here doing this job. It's a great contribution that the armed forces are making towards the country. That besides the outstanding work that they do in their own domain, see after post-retirement, these are the people who are doing all this, training people, doing all this outside in the domain of disasters. So I'll stop there. I thought this is a wonderful gathering that CENJOWS has been able to put up, and my compliments to General Ashok and his team for having conceived this whole idea. For us personally in the NDMA, it's a huge success that the idea has gone to an organization like CENJOWS and being conducted in clause with whom we have already got a MOU, and we are signing an MOU with the CENJOWS today. So we are well on the path towards greater synergy, which is the theme of this seminar. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to inform the esteemed audience that CENJOWS and NDMA have agreed to sign an MOU for working together on collaborative research towards disaster management, HADR, and capacity building. The MOUs will be exchanged now.
Thank you.
Shake hand दोबारा कर दीजिए. Actually, good to see you, sir.
May I request Lieutenant Colonel S.K. Shahi from NDMA to give his presentation?
Jayan, sir, may I start? So today and tomorrow we have a series of presentation on the preparedness in disaster. So therefore, the first presentation we have is on the structure of disaster management in our country. So in next 25 to 30 minutes, I will briefly cover an overview of the disaster management in India. I'll be covering it in the following two parts. Firstly, the structure of disaster management and some key initiatives of NDMA. Indian subcontinent is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world. In the north, we have the Himalayan region, and in the south, we have the mighty Indian Ocean. And both these geographical entities are one of the most vulnerable regions in the world. These two regions, apart from having vulnerability to the weather condition, are also tectonically very active. And therefore, there is always a looming danger of earthquake in the north and tsunami in the south. Overall, 85% of the Indian landmass is disaster prone. And that's in terms of economic losses, if we see almost 5.5% of the global economic loss in last 20% has been in India. Number of lives lost, almost 7% of the lives lost. And this accounts for only natural and anthropological disasters. It does not include the COVID losses. So therefore, need of having So because of these vulnerabilities and the past instance, we are required to have one of the most effective disaster management system in the country. The evolution of disaster management, the present structure, what we see has evolved over a period of time. The trigger for this was the two twin incidents in form of Orissa super cyclone of 1999 and the Gujarat earthquake of 2001, which together resulted in more than 30,000 fatalities in the country. And this triggered a review of disaster management in the country. In 2002, the responsibility of disaster management shifted from the Agriculture Ministry to the Ministry of Home. The disaster management cell, which existed in Agriculture Ministry, also came to the Ministry of Home. Then the tsunami of December 2004 fast-tracked the process, and exactly 1 year after this tsunami, the Disaster Management Act was enacted in 2005. The enactment of Disaster Management Act brought a paradigm shift from a disaster management, which was reactive, to a disaster risk management, which was more proactive. And this also mandated creation of legal and institutional framework at national, state, and district level, the three levels of governance in our country. NDMA was created as an apex body and made responsible for bringing out the policies and the guidelines on disaster management. To assess the NDMA in its functioning, National Executive Committee was created under the chairmanship of Home Secretary. And the National Executive Committee received inputs from the crisis management groups of the various ministries. Two more entities were created. One was the National Institute of Disaster Management, or the NIDM, and the National Disaster Response Force, or the NDRF. NIDM, it addresses the requirement of human resource development and capacity building, which it does through online, offline, and self-study programs. It undertakes research and documentation on disaster management, and lately it is taking initiatives to ensure absorption of technology in the disaster management structure. NDRF, a lot was spoken earlier on the NDRF. This was conceptualized when General N.C. Vich was the vice chairman, and therefore it replicates the concept of Rashtriya Rifles in J&K. It started off with 8 battalions, each battalion having 1,149 personnel divided into 18 teams. They are deployed all across the country. They are specialized in multi-hazard search and rescue, and they also conduct mock drills at the community and district level to ensure capacity building at the lowest level of governance. As mentioned, 3-tiered institution, national level I've already covered, the state level. Now, in our federal structure, state is responsible for the disaster management in the districts. All other central agencies play a supportive role only. So therefore, at the state, there is State Disaster Management Authority, which takes the cue from the policy and plans and the guidelines of the NDMA and prepares its own policy plans and guidelines for the state. It is chaired by the Chief Minister. The State Executive Committee, chaired by the Chief Secretary of the state, the highest administrative body in the state. State Disaster Response Force and the other functionaries assist the SDMA in their functions. The district level, which is the cutting edge and the level at which all the disaster management plans are executed, there is a District Disaster Management Authority headed by the district, the DC or the DM, and all other functionings of the districts. They assist the DDMA in its functioning. Every district is required to have its own disaster management, wherein all the Panchayati Raj institutes and the municipal bodies, they are incorporated in these plans. With this, the NDMA, the vision of the NDMA to build a safer and disaster resilient India by a holistic, proactive, technology-driven and sustainable development strategy that involves all stakeholders and fosters a culture of prevention, preparedness, and mitigation. NDMA, as mentioned, the apex body, Honorable Prime Minister is the chairperson. It has 4 verticals, duly supported by the finance, policy and plan, which lays down policy plans and the guidelines for disaster management, mitigation for planning, supporting the mitigation plans, ops and communication for op coordination and synergizing efforts of all the stakeholders, and capacity building. Lately, NDM is also taking initiatives for the absorption of technology, which was mentioned earlier, wherein we call the startups and the technological institutes and organizations to present their problems and the solution, problem statements and the solutions. In case it does click, then we connect them with the SDMAs and the NDRF for absorbing these technologies in the response structure. Driving awareness generation is also one of the important functions of the NDMA. The other functions include approving plans prepared by the ministries, prepare guidelines for the states, ministries, and the departments, enforcement and implementation of policy and plans for the disaster management, provisioning of funds for mitigation, measures for prevention of disaster, and support to other countries affected by disasters. Prime Minister's standpoint, there are basically 4 frameworks which guides the initiatives and the strategies of NDMA. The most overarching framework is the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster risk reduction. This was initiated by the Prime Minister during the Asian Ministerial Conference in 2016 at Delhi. And if we see the 10 points, they are very comprehensive, starting with all development sectors to imbibe the principles of disaster management. Risk coverage must include all. Women's leadership, very few disaster management policies, they include this important aspect. Invest in risk mapping, leverage technology, network of universities, utilize the opportunities provided by social media, built on local capacities, learn from disasters, and bring about greater cohesion in the international forum. So because of the comprehensiveness and inclusiveness, this has been appreciated globally, and it is now emerging the disaster management mantra for the world. The other three frameworks include, firstly, the National Policy on Disaster Management, initiated in 2009, the National Disaster Management Plan of November 2019. In fact, this is the second edition. The first edition was in 2016, which was globally the first National Disaster Management Plan, which aligned with the CENJOWS framework. There are 40 other NDMA guidelines. These guidelines provides direction to the ministries and the state to formulate their own disaster management plans. In these 40, the 17 are hazard specific, 9 are facility specific, and 14 are cross-cutting. For the financing of the disaster management endeavors, the 15th Finance Commission has provisions for DRR funding, disaster risk reduction funding. If we see from the 14th Finance Commission, there was 250% increase in allocation. It constituted National Disaster Risk Management Fund and the State Disaster Risk Management Fund. The funds are 68,463 crore and approximately 1,60,000 crores for 5 years from 2021 to 2026. It also provisioned 4 funding windows: 40% for response and relief post a disaster, 30 for recovery and reconstruction, 20 for mitigation to enforce the existing infrastructure, make it more disaster resilient, preparedness and capacity building 10%, that includes the creation of early warning structure in the country. So therefore, we see it's very comprehensive and disaster and decentralized approach which has been taken by the 15th Finance Commission. Now coming on to some of the key initiatives of the NDMA. Incident response system is what has been adopted in the country. Every state is required to notify every state and districts are required to notify their incident response system. It reduces ad hocism in response. The incident response system designates officers with specific charters of various roles. It integrates every department of state, and as mentioned earlier, all of the government approach, facilitates composition of task-based teams, and it seamlessly absorbs the response elements from outside the state, as all the elements which come from outside the state are in supporting role. For example, the responsible officer. At district level, the responsible officer is the DM / the DC, and at the state level, it is the chief secretary. And similarly, all other functionaries are notified. One of the way in which NDMA ensures capacity building of the state is through conduct of mock exercises. NDMA endeavors to conduct mock exercises of all 36 states and UTs in a financial year. These mock exercises are both based on the most catastrophic disaster scenario, and during the conduct of these exercises, even the secondary fallouts of these disasters are played up. All stakeholders are involved, all of the government response with active community involvement. Enhanced scope of the mock exercise, we also conduct mock exercises for multi-state, so that the support from the other states can also be rehearsed. Mock exercises are also conducted for religious congregations like Char Dham Yatra, Amarnath Yatra, and now next would be for the Kumbh Mela. Critical infrastructures to include nuclear power plants and the airports, iconic institutions like the parliament. And lately, one of the initiative has been with armed forces, wherein at the command level, we get all the alert generating agencies and the response agencies sit together with the armed forces. They discuss the capabilities and capacities of each of the agencies. And then in a tabletop exercise setting, we discuss the response, an integrated response with all the agencies. Participation and conduct of international bilateral and multilateral exercises, and key learnings are incorporated in subsequent mock exercises to further fine-tune the response. One of the early warning system there's an app called Sachet app. It's a common alert protocol. The alert generating agencies, they ensure a geo-targeted alerts are issued. And this is done. They have a base, something like a Google map on which they form these polygons. What we see, the highlighted polygon. So this is the likely area which is likely to be affected by the disaster. So this is depicted in form of a polygon, the yellowish area. This is then with one click is pushed to the state emergency operation center. Generally, each state has one state emergency operation centers. They have more intimate knowledge about the terrain. So therefore, they modify this polygon, and with one click, all the mobiles which are active in this polygon, they get the alert. As a part of One India, One emergency number, the emergency number 112, which earlier catered for only 3 scenarios, that is health, fire, and the policing services, has been extended to disaster also. So now there are 4 services which cater for this. Any disaster related call that gets routed to the state emergency operation center, which then directs the concerned response agency to move to the area. One of the focus area of the disaster management endeavors is to incorporate the communities, to get the communities integrated into the response system. And towards that direction, one of the initiative is training of community volunteers, or the Abda Mitras. In this, the ladies are also included, which are called Abda Sakhis. 350 districts have almost 1 lakh Abda Mitras. 350 districts depicts 45% of the districts of the country. And this year, the second phase was launched, in which 240,000 volunteers will be trained. These volunteers are trained, they are kitted, and through a mobile application, their location is dynamically monitored, so that whenever required, they can be directed to the area which requires their assistance. Some major rescue operations in last 2 years, starting with 2023. On 6th February, the Turkey earthquake, more than 50,000 deaths. When it appealed for the assistance to the international community, India was one of the first countries to offer assistance. It sent a 30-bed field hospital and 3 search and rescue teams of the NDRF. They continued their operation for 10 days, and their activities, their operation, their efforts were highly appreciated. In 2023, again in April, there was a Ludhiana gas leak, wherein through a manhole, the hydrogen sulfide leaked, and within fractions, the people, around 11 personnel who were in the vicinity, they died. This was likely due to unauthorized disposal of chemicals into the sewage system, which produced this high concentration of H2S. Balat train accident, wherein 3 trains collided, one of the worst accidents, train accidents in the history. More than 400 people died, 1,200 got injured. The Raigad landslide, almost a complete one village in Maharashtra, Raigad, got buried. More than 100 missing, 30 deaths. And this, the Glof incident of Sikkim, which was highlighted earlier, wherein a lake situated at a 17,000 feet altitude, the banks bursted, and resultant the downstream rivers, Tista River, got flooded. It caused almost 100 fatalities and a massive loss to the infrastructure, including 3 hydropower projects which were on the Tista River. Sirkyara tunnel rescue of the last year, one of the which generated a large number of attention by the media and the public. It happened on 12th, when one of the under construction tunnel, a part of it caved in, trapped almost 41 workers. That time, all the agencies, central PSUs and the state, they mobilized their resources. Even the tunnel rescue expert, Arnold Dix, from Australia, he mentioned that these people cannot be rescued before 25th December or the Christmas. At that point of the time, NDMA was given the responsibility, and General Hasnain was nominated to coordinate the efforts and interact with the media. There were 6 likely rescue options. At all the 6 options, together the work started, and the integrated effort led to the rescue of these workers on 28 November, much before the appreciated time, and all 41 workers were rescued. In 2024, because of the heat, there were series of forest fires. One of the worst was the Almora forest fire in June this year. 4 people died. Almost 1,200 hectares of land of forest got burnt. With the help of the helicopters, this fire was brought under control. Then, because of the monsoon heavy rainfall, there were series of floods, starting with the Himachal Pradesh flash floods in August, Tripura floods, then Gujarat floods of August, Andhra Pradesh floods, Telangana floods, and they caused massive loss to the personals and to the infrastructure. This year, there were 4 cyclones. The first one being in May, Remal, that hit the West Bengal and the Bangladesh border, caused some damage. Asna in August, this was one of the rare cyclones which originated in Bay of Bengal, traveled all across the Madhya Pradesh and entered Arabian Sea from Gujarat, Kutch region. And in Gujarat, it created havoc. Dana and the recent cyclone in Puducherry. One of the worst disasters this year was the Wayanad landslide on 30th July, caused massive destruction. National effort to mobilize resources. Armed forces played a very important role. And during this search and rescue missions, latest technology and equipment were mobilized into the area for search and rescue. So all these incidents of last 2 years, they highlight the diversity, frequency, and the intensity of the disasters. And therefore, the future challenges to the disaster management efforts, importance of coordination between various stakeholders, indispensable role of the armed forces, and the important role which technology will play. Some of the key initiatives for the disaster risk reduction, the mitigation projects which are under implementation, National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project, which is on the coastal area. The first 2 phases have almost completed. The National Earthquake Risk Mitigation Project for the Himalayan belt area, which lies in seismic 5 zone. National Gulf Risk Mitigation Project, again for the Himalayan region, for the vulnerable lakes on the Himalayan belt. The Landslide Risk Mitigation Scheme, again for the Himalayan region and southern part, the southern hilly parts of the country. Urban Flood Risk Mitigation Project, wherein 7 urban cities, to include Ahmedabad, Pune, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, and Kolkata, this mitigation project would be executed. And during these mitigation projects, the emphasis is on hazard assessment, creation of early warning system, undertake structural measures so that the infrastructure is resilient, and related capacity building at the community level. So just to give an example, the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project that included construction of multi-purpose cyclone shelters, bridges, saline embankments, connecting roads to assist in evacuation of people, and underground cable to ensure that the power transmission lines and the mobile networks are disaster resilient. Some other key mitigation programs which are in the planning stage: the forest fire mitigation program, lightning mitigation program for the central India, national heat wave management framework, drought mitigation program for 12 drought-prone states of the country, earthquake risk mitigation project again for the Himalayan belt, joint program with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj to further integrate the Panchayati Raj system into the disaster management system, mitigation and resettlement of people affected by coastal and river erosion, and coastal hazard resilience program. So therefore, in times to come, we'll find a significant focus on creating disaster resilient infrastructure in the country. To appreciate the efforts being made towards disaster management endeavors, Government of India has instituted Subhash Chandra Bose Aapda Prabandhan Puraskar. It was instituted in 2019. The aim is to recognize excellent work done by individuals and institutions in India in the field of disaster management. Up to 3 awards are given per year to the institution. A certificate is given and rupees 51 lakh cash prize. To individuals, a certificate and a rupees 5 lakh cash prize. The applications are invited on the website as shown, and these applications can be filled from 1st July to 31st August every year. And the award is given on 23rd January every year, which happens to be the birth date of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. In the international level, the NDMA had conceptualized CDRI, or the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. The the memorandum and the bylaws were also drafted by the NDMA. The aim was to create a community of nation which would work towards ensuring existing and new infrastructures are resilient to natural hazards and climate change. Presently, there are 13 countries and 7 international organizations which are part of this endeavor, and they are focusing more on the Africa and small island developing state and Southeast Asia. So overall, if we see the past disasters and the direction in which we are moving ahead, there are certain challenges. These challenges include coordination gaps, which was highlighted earlier also between ministries, agencies, and the departments, urbanization and infrastructure resilience due to rapid urbanization and unplanned development, climate change and emerging risk, increasing intensity and frequency of existing disasters, and emergence of new disasters like the forest fire and GLOF. Community awareness and preparedness because of the limited public participation and absorption of technology, as most of the institutions which curate data, they have their own format, own platforms on which they curate data. So therefore, to get them on one platform for adoption and integration of modern technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and GIS is a challenge. Thank you. In case there are any questions, I would like to answer. Thank you.
One takeaway which I would recommend for everyone: before you leave this afternoon, you must download the Sachet app. Wherever you are in the country, wherever you are, if there's an alert for that area, you will get the alert. You will be safer that much.
Thank you, sir, for that informative presentation. Now, I would like to introduce you to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Jugal Kushor, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College, Safdarjung Hospital, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, is a distinguished medical educator and public health expert who is instrumental in developing community medicine at BP Koirala Institute of Health Sciences in Nepal and the Center for Occupational and Environmental Health at Lok Nayak Hospital, New Delhi. He has more than 250 research papers and 32 books in his name, a recipient of the Rashtriya Ekta Puraskar, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Memorial Teacher Award 2007, IMA President Appreciation Award, Chikitsa Ratan, Distinguished Doctors Award, 6th Academic Brilliance Award for Best Faculty. He is the founder of Sabvasva Foundation and Kishore Foundation. In addition, he is the Honorary Director of the Center for Inquiry, Secretary General of Indian Association for Adolescent Health, and President of the Indian Association of Integrated Community Health. May I now kindly request Dr. Kishore to deliver a special address.
Very good morning, respected Major General Dr. Ashok Kumarji, Lieutenant General S.A. Hasnainji, and very senior officials of different departments. It is because of Manojit Dasji, who has come to me because I think he has joined one of our training program in Maulana Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College. So he approached me and asked joining here. Although I wanted to give my version here, but coming for inauguration is a great honor to me. I'm grateful to everybody, particularly organizing team. I just want to change the scenario here. We are more focusing on rescue operation and seeing the war footing measures. Actually, disaster is now moved beyond that, and it is more of as in Disaster Management Act. Also, they said that paradigm shift is towards more of prevention and preparedness. Still, I find our country is more focusing on, management of disaster. So, Hasnanji rightly said that actually it is every single person is responsible. So when we say single persons, and nobody is responsible, somebody said nobody is responsible. But when we say everybody, then everybody has to be empowered in a proper manner. And again, I just want to say to everybody here that war kills less people than the disease. TB is killing almost 4 lakh every year. And all of your disaster might not have killed so many people, even for last many years. Every year we are witnessing so many deaths because of air pollution, water pollution. COVID itself is an example which you can see that how it has changed the whole, concept of disaster when it was there. How many people died, not just in India, but throughout the world. And there's a security issue also beside that. So, first of all, actually, I don't like the disaster word itself. Disaster means, something abnormal of the aster means star. So you cannot run away from responsibility of saying that it is because of the star, we can't do anything. Disaster is more of now human made than the natural. And when we say it is because of us, it gives an example of what Sir has already described, that how these security issues are there when we talk about the landslides or a flood or whatever. It's all, even a COVID, we have a theory that maybe I think it is a human made. So this NDRF is doing the rescue operation very well. I think they are coming to our majority of the training program and their work is well appreciated. Here also we have seen. But according to me, there are 7 Ds effect. 7 Ds effect of disaster. And I just want to make my case here that this is the death, first D, disability, then diseases, then we have distress. 4 Ds are covered. Then we have disruption of health services, which is multiplying our suffering. And the disruption of environment, which you have seen yourself, that how the environment is ultimately leading to more suffering of human beings, whether it is a flood or a landslide or a cyclone. And the last D is a disruption of economy. Maybe the food is not available, water is not available. When these all effects are there, it is actually boiled down to human suffering and human deaths and diseases. So according to me, disaster is nothing but the health issue. And if the health is not involved, I don't think we are doing our justice to any kind of disaster mitigation or management. But I think many a time it is the last, department which is coming forward. But now we are finding that they are coming forward for even psychological help or psychological first aid. So this preparedness and prevention should be the focus today. If you really want to save a lot of life and a lot of suffering and maybe the economy, rather than rescue operation which is going on. So for that, lot of empowerment and training is required. And our whole infrastructure need to be redesigned in that manner, where we can prevent those all disaster which is happening. So because of that, we have tried the bridging of the disaster management and public health emergencies. So with the help of CDC and our NCDC, National Center for Disease Control, we have developed a program and now training to national level and also to the district level our people that they should come together to when they are planning for the district disaster management plan. So we have a national program plan, we have the state plan and the district plan. District plan has to be, improved or reformed every time whenever they are facing some new challenge or new uh, technologies coming, they should do it. But after the COVID, they should include all the preparedness of the, public health. So we have started a program known as, public health emergency and disaster management. And the training is now almost, we have completed Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and also Jharkhand and Uttarakhand. We have to complete all the states through that. And through that, we have started a Center for Public Health Emergency Disaster Management in Safdarjung Hospital. The focus again is to that, all the time when you are planning, the doctors and then the staff of the, integrated disease surveillance which program is going on, they should be together. So the alert which is originated because of the disease outbreak or possibility of the disease even after the disaster become possibility to find out as soon as possible, and we can do something. According to me, there are two broad areas of management. One is a medical management and a health management. Usually we focus on the health medical management, where the hospital preparedness is focused and we are strengthening the hospitals. And now, resilience of the hospital, we are thinking, although none of the new hospital coming having that kind of resilience, unfortunately. If you take in new hospitals, you'll find that they are, which is known as a sick building syndrome, creating buildings. They are more dangerous for the human mind and also the, respiratory. We can't, think that how they can be resilient when air pollution occur or a fire occur, how they can manage these all things. But anyway, that's a very important part that our bylaws has to change. They should be part of when they are constructing the buildings and even health centers are constructed. On other side, we have the health management, which is a bigger one, where our health and wellness centers are there. We have our, at the community level, ASHA workers are there. We have the primary health center, the community health center. These all centers should be properly managed. You all know that what happened in Srinagar when the flood occurred, the hospital was submerged. So you can't think of, I think every day when we are getting the information, it was everybody's asking for treatment or say the drugs or insulin of the, diabetes or say, the hypertensive drugs, which was not available, or the, where they have to be admitted for some serious issues or general issues like even the delivery can occur anywhere, anytime. And when there is a, disaster, then chances of early delivery is possible. So you'll have all general things which are happening, creating problem to the individual life. So are we aware of and are we making the preparedness for them is a major issue. So when we say health development or health preparedness, they're, all determinants which we can think of, whether it is a biological, physical, mental, or gender issues are there, the human right issues are there. They are creating problem. And then we have the problems like, what we are seeing in, Israel and also in Ukraine. What is the fault of these innocent people or the resident of or citizen of that country, which, of no their fault, but just because of the international forces creating the disaster-like situation. And they are now behind the development of maybe, I think, 50 years. So such kind of disaster happening because of the human, activities which need to be, controlled and managed. I think these all here in 2 days, if we can think in those lines rather than more of management of the whatever is happened. Saving few life is not going to solve our problem. We have to focusing more on prevention and sustainability of resilience is fine, but resilience is not just removing the hazard and risk. We have to focus more on prevention of those determinants and hazards which are every day we are creating. Example is Delhi, where for last 1 month we are facing the air pollution and our schools are shut down and our activities are closed down. And we are seeing not only just this year, for last 10 years we are continuously observing it. And it is actually the mindset of human being which need to be managed in a manner which have a sustainability. Unfortunately, in spite of all our efforts, we try to educate our people that during the Diwali you should not use the crackers, but nothing happened. Everybody use the crackers, and we have a problem after that. So you can see that we are creating, every one of us is creating disaster every day. Until we are not understanding these all things, we are failed to, or rather whatever amount of money you are saying you're not going to help. It is a human life, and the human suffering is more important. Remember, if this is not there, the health issues are not there, disaster is not an issue, not a big problem. You can take example of Japan. The disaster keep coming every day. They don't, beg from other countries. But why we are not able to manage? Because, we are still not creating a society in such a way which is resilient and having more prevention to the disaster than otherwise. So with these words, I personally feel and request everybody that our mindset has to change. We have to think of the whole society. Rightly said, every individual has to think in that direction of the sustainable earth and sustainable development, as Ashok Kumar has also highlighted this point, that we have to move towards sustainable development goal. And that is only possible when every one of us, and we are really responsible because we are heading the institutions, and our mindset should be of overall development of the mankind, humankind, rather than just creating the mock drill situations where only the rescue operation is possible. So with these words, I thank you all of you giving me this opportunity, particularly Manojit and Ashok ji, allowing me to speak. If I have said out of context, I'm sorry for it, but that is what I wanted to say for the overall development of the human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Ulupi Bora, Senior Fellow CENJOWS, for providing a brief introduction to CENJOWS and the objectives of this seminar.
Good morning to all of you. A very warm welcome to today's event on synergies in India's disaster preparedness towards a comprehensive framework. Before we delve into the discussions, let me take a moment to briefly introduce the organization that has brought us all together today, CENJOWS, Center for Joint Warfare Studies. CENJOWS was established at the initiative of the Ministry of Defense on August 27, 2004, and is registered under the Societies Registration Act 1860. The center was conceived with a singular purpose to address the critical need for synergy in national security and defense, particularly in the context of joint warfare. Our mission is to promote jointness, integration, and transformation in the Indian Armed Forces, fostering a more cohesive approach to defense and national security. By facilitating focused research, debate, and collaboration among various stakeholders, including the government, academia, NGOs, the private sector, and the civil society. CENJOWS strives to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of India's security architecture. As CENJOWS, we believe that rising above sectorial legacies and examining issues from a holistic perspective is vital to the formulation of effective policies. Our work, particularly in the field of joint warfare, seeks to develop comprehensive solutions that addresses the multifaceted nature of national security, which includes not only defense, but also critical areas such as disaster preparedness and response. Now, turning our attention to today's seminar, Synergies in India's Disaster Preparedness towards a Comprehensive Framework, this event brings together experts and practitioners from diverse fields to explore the synergies necessary for enhancing India's disaster management capabilities. The recent challenges presented by natural and man-made disasters underscore the urgency of developing a more integrated and resilient disaster preparedness framework for the country. The seminar has been carefully structured to examine key aspects of disaster preparedness and response from multiple angles. Session 1, Inaugural Session. It will be the stage by outlining this context and next need for a comprehensive disaster management framework, marking the beginning of our discussions on this important issue. Session 2, Role of Academia in Regional Disaster Preparedness, Challenges and Opportunities. It will explore how academic institutions can contribute to shaping disaster preparedness strategies at regional levels, bringing to light the potential for collaborative efforts in training, research, and policy development. Session 3, Role of Jointness in Disaster Response. It will focus on how the integration of various branches of the armed forces and other government agencies can enhance response mechanisms during a disaster. The idea of jointness is central to CENJOWS' vision, and this session will underscore its importance in real-world disaster scenarios. Session 4, Integration of IGOs, NGOs, and media in disaster preparedness. It will highlight the role of international and non-governmental organizations, as well as the media in creating awareness and mobilizing resource for disaster preparedness. The session will stress the need for a multi-stakeholder approach. Session 5, Analyzing and implementing international best practices in India's disaster management framework. It will draw lessons from global experiences, providing insights into how international best practices can be adapted and implemented in India's unique context. Session 6, International Cooperation in Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief. It will examine the role of global cooperation in responding to large-scale disasters, focusing on the importance of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief efforts in times of crisis. Session 7, Developing a comprehensive disaster management framework in a climate change scenario. It will address the growing threats posed by climate change and how the risks need to be factored into the development of a comprehensive disaster management strategy. Finally, the valedictory session will provide a summary of the insights gained throughout the seminar and outline actionable recommendations for future disaster preparedness strategies. Each of these sessions have been thoughtfully designed to address the core elements of disaster management, ensuring that all relevant stakeholders, government agencies, academia, military personnel, and civil society are equipped with the knowledge and tools to work together in creating a safer and more resilient India. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the experts, speakers, and participants who have contributed to this seminar. Your valuable insights and contributions will undoubtedly shape the discussions and outcomes of this important event. As we move forward with the sessions today, I encourage you to actively engage with the speakers, ask questions, and share your perspectives. It is only through collective wisdom and collaboration that we can hope to achieve the synergies required for a comprehensive disaster preparedness framework in India. Once again, welcome to all, and I look forward to a productive and engaging seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to an end of the inaugural session. May I request DG CENJOWS to honor the dignitaries with a memento. I request the dignitaries to please join us on stage for a group photograph. We will now have a short tea break and reassemble at 11:30 for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to be seated? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The theme for this session is Role of Academia in Regional Disaster Preparedness, Challenges and Opportunities. To chair this session, we have the very distinguished Professor Dr. Rahul Tripathi from Goa University. I would like this opportunity to introduce the chairperson and the panelists. Professor Dr. Rahul Tripathi is a professor at the Department of Political Science, Goa University. He specializes in governance, public policy analysis, international political economy, and South Asia political dynamics. A prolific academician, he has authored several book chapters and research articles bridging theory with practical governance applications. Our panelists, Colonel A.P. Tripathi is an alumnus of NTA Khadakwasla and was commissioned in Garhwal Rifles in June 1987. He is passionate about ecology and environmental issues as he hails from the Garhwal Hills. Presently, he is serving as the Colonel Coordination at CENJOWS. Dr. Debashish Nandi is the Associate Professor of the Department of Political Science and Coordinator for Center for Studies of South and Southeast Asian Societies at Qazi Nazrul University in West Bengal. He has been a visiting faculty at many foreign universities that include the Tajik National University in Dushanbe, University of Dhaka, Osaka University of Japan, and the Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences in Germany. He's also served as a guest faculty at the National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, and Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. He's the editor of 13 books and the author of 8 books with a wide range of publications. Professor Dr. Akshat Mehta is a professor at the School of Police Science and Security Studies, National Forensic Sciences University under MHA, specializing in police reforms, internal security, road safety, and private security. An accomplished academician, he has authored over 20 publications, including book chapters and journal articles. Dr. Inderjeet Singh Chahal is an associate professor at the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Punjabi University, Patiala. He specializes in strategic studies, national security, and defense policies. Known for his scholarly publications and conference contributions, he explores contemporary defense challenges and emphasis on regional cooperation with India's evolving security framework. Dr. Anutama Ghosh is an assistant professor of law and program coordinator for the BA LLB Honours Program at MIT World Peace University, Pune, where she also leads the Center for Innovation Incubation and Intellectual Property Laws. An expert in intellectual property law with a PhD in non-conventional trademarks, she has over 30 academic publications and extensive teaching experience, including her tenure as vice principal at the Indian Institute of Legal Studies, Darjeeling. I now request the chairperson to take the proceedings further.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be at CENJOWS. This is my first time here. Thank you, sir, for this very, very kind invitation. I have been given 2 roles. I have to make my remarks because I have an abstract, and I also have to chair a session. Normally, chairpersons should not be presenting their papers. So I will certainly not make a presentation. I would be very happy to hear out the speakers. I will, however, the role of academia as far as regional disaster preparedness is concerned, and then we can carry it forward subsequent to the presentations. Just a point of clarification here, the other 3 participants, Professor Akshat Mehta, Dr. Indrajit, Dr. Anupama, are they going to join online? 2 of them will be joining online. Okay. So we have four presentations, therefore, as part of this panel. When I was given the opportunity to come for this conference, I was pretty sure that I was coming here as a student of disaster management and not certainly as an expert in disaster management. My short and sweet CV that was read out nowhere said disaster management. So I specialize in the area of international relations, foreign policy, and of course, disaster management comes in as part and parcel. But from what we know and the presentations that we have, disaster management is a highly specialized activity, which requires a lot of synergies, as the title of this conference very, very rightly laid out. What is the role of academia in the midst of all this is what this panel would intend to speak on, given their diverse experiences. When I look at academia in particular, and the title of this conference, the first word that comes to my mind is, of course, synergy. So how do academics look at synergy? Academics have this way of dealing with the words. So synergy also means interconnectedness, integrated. Another word which we use to define all this coming together is the term interdisciplinary. So disaster management as a field of study, I think, is an area which can best be studied by academics by adopting an interdisciplinary approach, where different perspectives relating to science, social science, health, law, policy, all should come together. And therefore, I think the first and the most important role that academia can play in framing the thematic of disaster management is a conceptual interpretation of disaster management. So that framing part becomes very, very important. The other part, which again is the role of academia, converging with what is being done by the NDMA in a very, very effective way, is education and training. So I do understand that now disaster management is gradually becoming part and parcel of the curriculum of various universities, colleges. The movement needs to be carried forward. We in Goa, incidentally, are still beginners at it. And that's where I come from. I was just mentioning to DG sir that we have recently created Manohar Parrikar School of Law, Governance and Public Policy. And we do wish to introduce disaster management as one of the key areas of study. So that's where we would like to have CENJOWS as well as the NDMA as very, very critical partners in this exercise.
Take back a message that we can sign a MOU with your university.
Oh, that would
to
be
have
wonderful.
Structural this thing, and if you are there tomorrow, and if you have the authority of university, we can make it happen tomorrow itself here.
I am afraid that may not be possible, but certainly I think our Vice Chancellor will be very happy to carry it forward. He himself is a marine science specialist. So wonderful. Thank you so much, sir, for your
And this is
observation.
open to all my people who have come from the academic field. Two things. Firstly, the framework where we can, institutionally collaborate, not only in the disaster management, but post range of the, we are dealing in CENJOWS in international relations, geopolitical issues,
Right.
geoeconomics, technology. You name a thing where more than one stakeholder is involved, we are there. So those are the areas where we can collaborate. In fact, our Apex leadership has decided that students must get involved in this.
Okay.
So while our membership charges for others are pretty high, for students there have been a special case of we charge only 500 rupees from them for 1 year membership.
Okay.
And all the events, collaboration inputs and research inputs we share with them. So even that can be leveraged for the larger good, because it is the new generation. More we empower them, the more
Indeed.
chances of these bad things not happening will take place.
Wonderful. I think that's a very, very good start to the first session, I must say. Having said that, I mean, my two lines on my own state, Goa, where I come from, ideally, Goa should have been perhaps the best example being a small state, being a highly literate state, as far as managing, planning, and coordinating for disaster management is concerned. But then as I started preparing for this conference and I started digging deep into how best our state is prepared, Goa is not very well prepared. In fact, the first thing that one would look up to is whether the state has a disaster management plan. So when I started looking at it, I found out that of the 2 districts, only 1 district has a disaster management plan. And I was about to say the statement that the state does not have a plan, and still I thought I'll just do a last minute check. So now the Goa State Disaster Management Plan has just been put up on the website. So I'm not making that statement that the state doesn't have a plan. The weakest link, I think, of the 3 levels that were mentioned by the very, very good presentation of the NDMA there, I think is the state itself. And when I look at Goa, I mean, Goa has a very strong maritime presence, being home to the Naval War College, 2 naval stations. We also have a very effective Coast Guard, but the weakest link is the Goa Coastal Police. And as we understand, I mean, as a civilian component, the Coastal Police is supposed to play a very important role in many such instances. So just to give a small example, the Coastal Police has boats which don't work. And even if there are boats, there is no petrol in those boats. So in that sense, I mean, there is a lot that needs to be done as far as the nitty-gritty grassroots level of disaster management at the state level is concerned. But I'll have more of that perhaps at a later stage. It's a pleasure for me to welcome the panelists to make their presentations. May I invite Colonel A.P. Tripathi first to make his presentation. Colonel Tripathi has already been introduced fairly well from CENJOWS. So, sir, the floor is yours. So we have 5 presentations and about 1 hour. So maybe 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes each. Dr. Chahal is not there. Yeah. Yes.
As a subset of disaster preparedness or disaster management, and this is greening of India. I'm giving a very, I'm trying to work out as an academia or speak like academia what I have thought process. This is my thought process. India has a vast geographical diversity and climatic variations, facing a range of natural and man-made disasters. That is floods, cyclones, storms, landslides, industrial accidents, earthquakes, naming a few. Plus, one of the most common disasters in India, and is almost 40 to 50%. The loss of lives is a maximum, and as well as the economic loss. Droughts, although the drought is of low 3% of the total recorded disaster, it causes the most fatalities and number of people affected. Cyclones and storms, as you are seeing, they're affecting. However, the loss of lives are being reduced by the good efforts of NDMA and government authorities. And desertification, the rise in desertification it's a continuous process. This desertification is a continuous natural process which we have to mitigate. And this is, I'm talking about on these lines where the floods, drought, cyclones, storms, and desertification, I think we can all mitigate it by greening of India, by greening, making the country green. So why tree plantation? I mean, we all are there, we get oxygen, we get clear air, we get shade, But as far as these disasters are concerned, trees plays a crucial role in mitigating disasters, especially for all the flood, cyclones, etc. They act as a natural shields. They act as a natural barriers for floods. They bind the soil, especially in hilly region. I mentioned I come from Garhwal Hills because that is the area where the trees and water, jal or jungle are very important. Well, it's a very interesting aspect of the trees foster local rainfall. I'm a great fan of this, though I mean, many scientists say that it doesn't happen, but I'm a great fan of this fostering local rainfall. And trees also reduce surface and air temperatures. They get your cities cooler. Then biodiversity and livelihood. The trees strengthen resilience against disasters, and they contribute to long-term environment sustainability. Now, why we require trees? We want to have a cleaner air. Delhiites are losing 9 years. If somebody is staying in last 10 years, you can well imagine that we have lost 1 year. And this 9.5 years, I like to share a very small, it could be more. I had a interaction, I do interact with a lot of auto drivers. And I'll share with you that you don't see auto drivers more than 40 years of age. Where do they go? They come to earn a livelihood, but they vanish after 40 years. They don't go to villages as they have earned a pension. Everybody wants to work till 60, 65. I'm also looking for another re-employment, set of re-employment. I'm on re-employment today. So point is that we all want to work till 65. But the auto drivers are going back at 60 because the air has killed them. They are on the deathbed or sick. Gone back to the villages they come from. So this is the general quality of air. And that's where the greening of India will make this disaster, we can mitigate this disaster to a certain level. The average Indian is losing 5.2. And I mean, Lucknow is also pretty high. We are talking about taking India as the third largest economy or second largest, okay, whatever. But we'll be losing 1.1 trillion in next 20, 30 years. It's time to make the India green, invest a couple of billions, save a couple of trillions. It's a matter of 1,000 times. It's a matter of 1,000 times. If we invest a couple of billions now, we can save trillions just by greening India. And it's not a very great thing, difficulty. It's all about passion, commitment, and integrity of the nation, of the individual, of the authorities. Another reason why we should be having a green India. We all are aware about our fundamental rights, most of us. When it comes to the fundamental duties, most of us are not aware. Interestingly, the 7th fundamental duty is to plant trees. But it's a little longish. Protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have a compassion for living creatures. Unfortunately, most of us are not following this. We've got no compassion for creatures, and we have got no, we don't save lakes, parks, and everything when it comes to an individual level. It's time that every individual in the country is informed, told about this fundamental duty. We have to imbibe at some point of time. So that's why we have to plant green trees. India's forest situation is not very good. Most of us, the government study says that 21% as of today, and it has improved. But on ground, it doesn't show up 21%. We have seen sparse jungles. The forest cover may have increased, but number of trees have gone down. We don't see very thick jungles nowadays. Because our India has less green cover than what ideally is required. Ideally, we should be around at 30%. We have they call it, we have got some 35 billion trees or something like that. It's time we have to plant around 15 billion more trees. I'll just come to that, why we require 15 billion trees. Around 2300 years back, that is 3 centuries BC or BCE. मत्स्य पुराण में लिखा था एक वृक्ष 10 पुत्र समान. That time there was no dearth of trees. There were all jungles were there, but still people realize that trees are important for the livelihood. And this is more important as on today. Trees are much more important. They get you more economy and prosperity than your 10 children will get. I mean, that's what it indicates. Now, my whole presentation is important on the first line, actually. That India's intended nationally determined contribution, it's called INDC, for climate action, which was done in 2020, is that we'll create a carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons. This was in 2020. We are supposed to do it till 2030, in 10 years. This presentation I had made it in December 20, actually. That's why I was able to get this information. Just read the second line. A tree planted in the humid tropics would absorb an average of 50 pounds of carbon dioxide annually. Over 45 years, each tree will absorb 1 ton of CO2. And doing some little bit of mathematics, so we would be requiring to plant 15 billion trees in next 10 years and ensure their survival and growth. 15 billion into 10 years into 22 kg is equivalent to 3.3 billion tons. So that is the disaster we are waiting for, to happen in case we don't plant trees. Of course, we are falling short of the commitment. That is one aspect. And by 2070, we want to become a carbon neutral, but that may not happen then. We don't move with a very fast pace. Now the stakeholders. I got a small presentation in that sense. Plan. That plan is still on. The plan is on by Government of India. It's called Green India Mission. That started in 2014. But the pace is very slow. So I want to change this Green India Mission to Green India Plan. You can always name the same. But I want to change the tack, change the policies and change a little bit because we have not been able to achieve success, the desired success. So there's a little change in plan. The stakeholders are government agencies and policies, the private sector collaboration, community involvement, NGOs, technology, innovation, and international cooperation. So this is my Green India Plan, a little simpler one. Create task force on the lines of Territorial Army, Ecological Unit of Indian Army. General Hasnan had said that let's involve the army a little more. Territorial Army is the Territorial Army soldier is a 60 to 80% time he remains a civilian. It's basically known as citizens army. And soldiers are enrolled or embodied for 1 to 6 months, depending on the requirement. Task force units, each with sub-units can have a strength of 100 men each. The project should be fully funded by center. And Manrega could be coopted with the project. We all are aware about the Manrega. I'll tell you about the very brief about Manrega. Not the Manrega per se, I am telling you the negative aspects. When Manrega started, the corruption index was 20%. Next year it became 25%. When the authority realized that nobody has to report anywhere and everybody is happy about it, they raised the corruption level to 30%. Then the government raised the rate of Manrega. And now in my village, they have settled for 50% rate. Nobody goes nowhere. So I want to take this Manrega change to the unit force commander who will be carrying out this tree plantation. So that will be my suggestion for a change to the authorities. This is Manrega. Manrega caters for this. Manrega caters for tree plantation. It says to regenerate the natural resource base of rural areas. Manrega, these are the goals. And Manrega work is permissible under Manrega. That water conservation, drought proofing, provision of irrigation facility, renovation of traditional water bodies, flood control. Manrega cater for that, but nothing is happening on ground. That's a sad point. That's why there is a need to change the process from little more getting the army into it, the federal army into it, and changing it. Talking about the synergies will provide the government officials, the DFO and the Minister of Forest, to provide the technical know-how in terms of identification of various types of trees to be planted. They are doing it, but then we'll get some more accountability. Then the corporate houses, I'm sure there will be a lot of corporate houses who would like to name the forest which we create on their forefathers, on their mother, father's name. And I'm sure there will be a lot of people. Besides that, there will be, we have got corporate social responsibility fund. We can always seek the corporation to this. Of course, it has to be done at the highest level. Foreign funding could be there. You heard about Elon Musk. I don't know, earlier he was ready to part with 2 billion at some point of time. That's why I read it somewhere. Of course, of late he has gone to a right that they may not be able to, but people like him can be contacted, can be trapped, can be assistance can be sought from him. If you go on ground, there are large swaths of areas under, I mean, on paper they are known as a forest land, but on ground they are barren. These areas can be identified, marked, and given to the task force for 5 to 7 years. Identified a lot, 100 square kilometers. It may not be contiguous. It can be patches. And one unit, sub-unit of task force, effective use of machines in digging of pits is required. Now, one of the finest way of creating a jungle is creating of web of pits. A web pit, say 1 meter by 1 meter, 1 by 2 meter, and every 100 meters, and you make web of it, crisscrossing it. Digging of water trenches will be of paramount importance. A water trench will create flora, and subsequently flora will flourish, and then a whole ecosystem will be created. It's not a very unachievable thing. It is always possible, and we have carried out in a number of places this exercise. Then local trees can be the neem, banyan, people, and shisham. They are the common trees which can be created. This is a trench digger. I'm a great fan of this photograph. This creates, you don't have, this is where the synergy of a machine and synergy of the technology comes in creating India green. Otherwise, this trench may take a couple of weeks, maybe months. This can be done in a good couple of hours by trench diggers. This is another view of trench digger, and it cuts down the abrasive material as well. So these trench machines are required. We require a web. Now the mathematics, one ecological task force unit having 10 subunits would create green area of 100 square kilometers and 1,000 square kilometers for a unit. And we can have number of trees that could be planted and raised after survival by one ecological, it comes to 4 crores. 10 ecological units, it comes to 40 crores. Of course, it's a little ambitious, this project ambitious, my mathematics ambitious, because I've added the Manrega workers. This TA forces are more of a command elements. It's a Manrega force which will be doing out the groundwork. But this can be done. And if every state can have 10 units, the sad point is that the forest officials, senior forest officers of states are not aware about the territorial army or ecological unit. I was in MP, so they were not aware about any. And let me tell you, the Mussoorie has been saved by 127 TA battalion, which is affiliated to my regiment, Garhwal Rifles. The Bhatti mines have recently been rejuvenated. I wish somebody can go to the Bhatti mines. It has been rejuvenated completely by one of the TA ecological battalion. So the benefits of Green India Plan, effective utilization of MJ funds, creation of large carbon sink, which we require, water harvesting through web of trenches, ensuring rural development and prosperity, mitigation of flash flood. This whole trees can be put everywhere and anywhere. Create ecosystem for wildlife and employment generation. There's a need of because now my subject becomes boring because we are working on thinking in 30 years time period, 40 years time period. This disaster, when we are waiting for that will happen 30 years. I was just sharing with the disaster level of Delhi, the AQI index may be 100. 200, 300. But other day, I was traveling towards Meerut. In between, I crossed Gazipur. The Gazipur air is so bad that on the windscreen of my car, I was wearing the specs, I was able to see blue patches of 1 square by 2 square, 1 meter by 2 meters patches. Road, my glass of the car, and my specs. I thought something has gone wrong with my specs. I took them out, but nothing happened. Again, put it back. Because of the various gases, the patch was there. My car windscreen became almost blue. Because at some point of time, the gas level, the toxicity level was so high that the sun rays or the rays which were reflecting came through a series of gases, which made my windscreen blue. So that is the level of toxicity, and Delhiites may lose 9 at some point of time if we don't plant trees all around the countryside, maybe on 10, 11, 12 years. So with that is my plan, and with that I want academia. I want it in case these points are found noteworthy. I want academia to push this through to NDMA, and NDMA authorities, some members are there in case they can take on and work on it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Colonel Tripathi, for your very, very effective and green presentation. We'll have all the questions together at the end. May I now invite Dr. Debashish Nandi, Qazi Nazrul Islam University, to give his presentation.
Yes. Good. Next, this.
Just click on the mouse.
Okay. Okay. Very good noon to all of you. Let me call you to CENJOWS, especially DG Dr. Major General Ashok Kumar sir, for me and giving me an opportunity to share my views before the August gathering. And I am thankful to Dr. Manojit Das also for introducing me with this esteemed institution. And chair of this session, Professor Tripathi sir, and other dignitaries from various fields of defense and academia. Today, basically, the theme of the seminar is very much pertinent to understand the very pertinent problem of the globe today. Basically, we are passing through such a crisis time where the entire globe is seeking emancipation from the environmental hazards. And really, due to natural disasters, whether it is man-made or natural-made, due to these disasters, only people are not seeking their way out or bailout from this situation, but the states, nation states, are now searching the alternative ways to get bailout from this situation. I will be speaking on the management capacity of India in South Asia disaster diplomacy, potential paths and strategies. Since this very morning, all of the dignitaries and distinguished speakers have given very comprehensive outlines of the disaster, various aspects. and the mechanism which has been formed by the government of India and how our defense forces, NDRF, are responding this crisis. My presentation will be a bit different because I will deal with India's response in disasters, political disasters, or man-made disasters in South Asian nations, and how India is responding, and what kinds of cooperation is required. Thank you. Basically, before going to my discussion, I have a little discussion about disaster diplomacy. We know about diplomacy. Diplomacy is subject mechanism through which a country used to exercise its relational equation with nation states as well as several regional and international organizations, and through which a country used to project itself in the global milieu and to the global community. And disaster diplomacy is not so very new, but it has been introduced by India for so many years. But the way disaster diplomacy is exercised by a nation state, that depends upon its managerial capacity. Disaster diplomacy is the use of diplomatic efforts to address the natural calamities and disasters on international relations, and it basically involves countries through providing aids, supports after affected by disasters. Disasters include, earthquake, floods, environmental crisis, and some forest fire. Disaster diplomacy aims to increase cooperation among the nation states through humanitarian approach, and it basically argues to reduce the risks of livelihood, and it enhances to create dialogues with the neighbors and other states, and it is a part of the gesture of the friendship. And sometimes India not only extends its cooperation towards the friendly countries, but also the enemies also. And build resilience. And in order to promote international cooperation, disaster diplomacy is an essential tool. And India is exercising disaster diplomacy in various ways. Types of disaster diplomacy. Disaster diplomacy can be exercised providing humanitarian aid, assistance, such as food, supplying food, water, medicines, other equipments, and working together. The working with the affected countries and work with regional organizations or NGOs, or working with the local communities. Supporting building and recovery disaster affected areas, including infrastructure after disaster is over. So have to face a lot of problems. And the basic question is reconstruction. And so India used to respond as per its capacity in affected countries. I will discuss later on. And basically, this is not only for enhancing bilateral relations, this is the humanitarian response as a part of India's foreign policy since Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to Mr. Narendra Modi. India's neighborhood policy. Basically, to understand India's disaster diplomacy, it is essential to have a look at the India's neighborhood policy, how India is responding and dealing with its neighbors. Nehruvian outlook, it was totally a idealistic point of view. From the idealistic point of view, Nehru actually considered the neighbors, irrespective of size, economic profile. India should be very careful in handling neighbors, and India will extend its friendly gesture towards neighbors. The Gujral doctrine, it was coined by Mr. I.K. Gujral, our former Prime Minister. And he also talked about peaceful coexistence and to mitigate the bilateral hazards and disputes through negotiations and peaceful measures. Extended neighborhood policy given by Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, our former Prime Minister. And he argued to extend our relations beyond the structured relational framework. And neighbor first policy is coined by Mr. Narendra Modi. And basically, this policy argues to consider neighbor as first priority. India has a reasonable, responsible power, as per Sri Raja Mohan. He is an international relations expert. Actually, responsible partner, responsible neighbor, because in most of the cases, some superpowers don't actually used to respond properly without any national interest. But for India, India is always very generous to respond to its neighbors. India's ability to manage neighborhood, this idea has been borrowed from hegemony, because India always very generous towards neighbors and try to manage neighbors through some aid-based diplomacy. India's disaster diplomacy through relief. Actually, India has provided reliefs towards not only towards neighbors, South Asian neighbors, but India extended its relief diplomacy throughout the globe, from Africa to Latin America, Southeast Asian countries, Far East Asia, Middle East, even in Central Asian region. And basically, we have two approaches, short-time approach and long-time approach. Immediately after any crisis, India immediately responded to address the crisis by its forces. And India, for a long-term response, India has formed some policies. Already it has been discussed in the morning session. And within the SAARC and within the BIMSTEC, India is now planning to think about the umbrella-based disaster diplomacy and cooperation. And this is mutual cooperation. Through mutual cooperation, India can put its input and its effort to address the very critical disaster crisis. Dimensions of disaster diplomacy, soft diplomacy, because this is a part of soft diplomacy. And the concept of soft diplomacy has been coined by Joseph Nye Jr. in 1993. And basically, apart from hard diplomacy, G2G, government to government, there is P2P diplomacy, people to people contact, and G2P. Basically, disaster diplomacy is connected to humanitarian approach when the livelihood and lives of the people of neighboring countries or any other countries, and India always very responsive to address the crisis, and beyond its capacity, India tried its best to address through humanitarian ground. And humanitarian diplomacy is such a diplomacy where issues are being addressed by the government of India. And accountability to the global community. India is accountable to the global community to ensure human rights and human security. As a part of it, India is always, on principle, is accountable to address these things. It comes to disasters across the globe. in 2023, India immediately sent its team to Turkey soon after affected by severe earthquake. And India almost very sincere to address the various critical critical situations across the globe, wherever it is related to war, conflict, or any political uh, violence or natural disasters, maybe man-made or maybe natural-made. If we talk about Operation Ajay, it was very impactful operation of India, which was conducted by Government of India on 11th October 2023, basically to evacuate the Indian people from Israel, because in last October when Hamas attacked Israel, then Israel retaliated against Gaza, and after that so many incidents happened, and India immediately or sharply reacted and responded and evacuated its own people. And this is the managerial capacity of India. India can handle it in cooperation with the Indian embassy to that the concerned country and in negotiation with the host country. Operation Kaveri it was also conducted in the last year in Sudan. Operation Ganga, it is very much impactful operation. As we know, in February 2022, when Ukraine was attacked by Russia, since then, we have witnessed the casualties and destruction in Ukraine, and Indian students, engineers, and businessmen were there, and India immediately evacuate Indian people, initially from Ukraine, then from neighboring countries, Romania. India evacuated Indian students. And Operation Devi Shakti, it is also very essential to evacuate Indian people from Afghanistan. As we know, on 15th August 2021, Taliban administration took over, and since then the Indian people were suffering under security threat. So that is why India immediately evacuated Indian people, including Indian diplomats from Afghanistan. Vande Bharat mission, it was basically can be a best example during the COVID-19. India not only evacuated its own people from various countries of the world, India evacuated the people of Nepal, people of Bangladesh, even our western neighbors, Pakistani people. This is the great responsibility of India, and it was appreciated by the global community, the way India actually evacuated the people of our neighbors. Operation Samudra Maitri, it actually conducted in 2018 after the earthquake, fatal earthquake in Indonesia, and India immediately responded. Basically, it is a part of India's active policy. India is not only very active in South Asian region, India is very active in Southeast Asian region, not only through business and trade, but also through humanitarian outlook. India's disaster management, coordination and diplomacy. Basically, without coordination, disaster diplomacy or humanitarian diplomacy cannot be conducted successfully. It can be coordinated, and it is already coordinating with the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, as well as with the affected countries. Nowadays, we are watching for the last few days what is happening in Syria. Government of India is taking action how to evacuate the people. Basically, without coordination with the Red Cross, with the UNO, with the regional organizations, it is quite difficult to evacuate people and to conduct successful mission. And not only that, India is now operating this disaster management things through airlift, sea lift. The role of India's diplomatic missions in abroad is very much important, and the managerial capacity of the state is very much important in this regard. India's disaster diplomacy in South Asia, as you know, that how India responded through Operation Maitri on 25th April 2015 after the earthquake of Nepal. India was the first country in the world which sent its military aeroplane and Air Force plane to Tribhuvan airport with relief. And India actually immediately responded after tsunami in 2004 to Maldives. And regarding Bangladesh, many times Bangladesh is basically a cyclone affected country into one. And after that, during Ida, during Cedar, during other cyclones, India responded immediately. And Operation Chakravat is very much important operation. Since 2016, India is doing this operation with other, international littoral states like Madagascar, Maldives, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, Tanzania. This is a great effort. This is connecting, India is connecting international littoral states to be part of the disaster managerial cooperation forum. And Indian Air Force, Indian military, Indian military, with the help of NDRF, are working very well. Policy recommendations in very brief, I would like to recommend something. India's accountability towards South Asian neighbors cannot be denied. India is very much active in South Asia, despite having a lot of challenges in our relations. India is still promoting its humanitarian diplomacy. India's disaster diplomacy can be modified, and India's disaster diplomacy as a part of humanitarian diplomacy is good, but it needs to change due to current relational equation with its neighbors. India's managerial capacity is to be increased. And in conclusion, I must say that India is aspires to be a superpower. Regional recognition is a must to be a superpower. So India's successful disaster diplomacy manifests its diplomatic capacity. The Army, Navy, Air Force, and Energy are coordinating very well. India's disaster diplomacy reflects its humanitarian commitment to the global community, and cooperation within the SARC members and BIMSTECs are very much essential. And until unless we coordinate with the local community, disaster diplomacy cannot be successful. And I think in near future, India can be a best example in the global milieu to be a very good and kind country to address the global crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nandi, for your very, very effective presentation. South Asia is a subject which is very close to my heart. So I will have a lot to share with you in the Q&A session. Perhaps one point you could have added was that India also is the host to the SARC Disaster Management Center, which is actually located in the Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management. And while SARC as an organization is as good as defunct, at the micro level, the workshops of the SDMC are taking place on a regular basis. So there are many hidden stories also within South Asia that need to be recognized. So thank you again for this presentation. So we now move on to the, I think, presentations which are there. We will have Professor Akshat Mehta from National Forensic Science University. Professor Akshat is not connected perhaps, but we have...
I'm connected, sir.
Oh, okay, you're connected. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, the name was getting interchanged. Okay.
Sure.
So welcome, Professor Akshat Mehta. Professor Mehta is from the National Forensic Science University. So we look forward to your presentation. So maybe 10 minutes, 10
Sure,
plus
sir.
2,
Sure, sir.
if you allow. Okay.
Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jai Hind and very good afternoon from National Forensic Sciences University. It's an honor for me to be part of an initiative organized by the CENJOWS, led by Major General Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir, who right at the outset has set the theme for us to look into the synergies where 1 and 1 could possibly have the potential to become 11 Also, the chair of this session, as Professor Rahul Tripathi has also mentioned, that when we look into the synergies, we are talking about interconnectedness, interrelatedness, interdisciplinarity as such, and rightly so, because the subject matter to be discussed today, the role of academia, when we look at from the perspective of regional disaster preparedness, would certainly have a lot of underpinnings from multiple disciplines as such, and we all look forward to that kind of an understanding to arrive. My fellow panelists have also touched some of these disciplinary aspects, from ecological concerns, the green mission, green plan, to the kind of efforts which the diplomacy could also bring in as far as disaster mitigation or even the preparedness is concerned. So I am thankful to CENJOWS, to Dr. Monojit Das, who I've known for some years, also to Dr. Ulupi. Both of us worked in the same institution a few years ago. And when we look into this entire idea, I would wish to apprise the participants about the National Forensic Sciences University as well, because it could probably throw some possibilities for us. I was listening to the DG sir, who mentioned about the joining of hands between the institutions who are represented here, and taking a cue from that, I wish to just bring to the information of the August gathering out here that we began our journey as Gujarat Forensic Sciences University in the year 2009. We became national setup and have been given a coveted tag of an institution of national importance in the year 2020. We work directly under the Union Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Rare institutions in the higher education domain which work under the Ministry of Home Affairs. We dabble into the disciplines of forensic science, police science, medical legal studies, structural engineering, which also could have a lot of ideas to contribute towards the disaster preparedness. We have behavioral forensics and dedicated centers of excellence, including one on humanitarian forensics. So again, one of the subject matters which could be of interest to the key participants out here. We do have pan-India presence now. We are in 9 places in India. And may I also inform the gathering that we have one offshore campus in Africa and Uganda as well. In fact, after independence, it took us 76 years for the government to allow a public university to open up a campus abroad. So our campus in Uganda became the first campus for any public university in the country in 2023. So that's how our presence is. And recently the cabinet has also approved 9 more campuses to come up in India. So we'll have 18 different locations in India. And when the subject matter of this entire seminar is about synergy, about regional disaster preparedness as well, may I submit that 18 campuses in India, 1 abroad, would certainly have something to contribute in the overall kind of an analysis which we wish to undertake out here. And our campus abroad was inaugurated by the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Obviously, from the strategic perspectives, Africa being a core kind of an area of interest for us as of now. I come from a school called School of Police Science and Security Studies. We have programs like MSc in Homeland Security. Again, as the experts would be well aware of, the requirement for coordination between different departments and agencies, which was felt at one point of time lacking in USA and some other parts of the world, has necessitated the need for integrating multiple branches of discipline within one program as such. And probably Homeland Security has a lot of possibilities there. Disaster preparedness, disaster risk reduction, a lot of these aspects are core part whenever we talk about Homeland Security. We do have a master's program in police and security studies where aspects of policing, in fact, the security studies perspective, which many of the eminent speakers have already referred to out here, are also considered and taken from here. Now, when we look from the perspective, regional preparedness perspective, I mentioned about a dedicated center of humanitarian forensics which we have. The center which uses the forensic science to address humanitarian concerns such as treatment and identification of the deceased, searching for the missing people, documenting the treatment, and it's guided by international humanitarian law and humanitarian principles. In fact, as I speak, one of the colleagues in the next office is someone who is expert in forensic archaeology. During the Second World War, many of the Allied forces had lost their aeroplanes and men also. Now, U.S. Department of Defense team and NFSU team are working together to revisit those sites and find out the possible remains, and then through archaeology and forensic sciences, provide a closure and finality to what has taken place out there. The near and dear ones would always look for one closure to whatever has happened. So that's also one nature of work which we are engaged in as a university. Medical legal studies school dedicated has a lot of potential to contribute in this particular aspect with a PG diploma in disaster victim identification to forensic nursing master's level programs which have been initiated are something which will have a lot of implications whenever disasters and its after effects would be taken into account. Training is something which around the clock is being imparted from this institution, and so is consultancy and collaboration with 227 plus national and international organizations, and it's taking a great shape. Within a short span of 4 years since becoming national, the institution is aiming to provide a lot of possibilities in every possible scenario, which will strengthen ultimately the security and safety of the country. Just for one more important information about the institution, this is the only university in the country which has also been given investigation responsibilities. Under the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita Section 329 and under the Information Technology Act Section 79A, the scientific experts or the electronic evidence examiners is something which most of the faculty members and staff working in this university have been bestowed with a lot of responsibility on the shoulder of a university of this nature. Now, since the Director General, sir, has right at the start has mentioned about the core aspects which academia could bring to the table. One is about obviously the inclusion of the subject matter in the syllabi of various programs which we have in every single university which we represent out here. In School of Police Science and Security Studies, we do have it as a core component of our syllabi, but obviously more needs to be done, and with NIDM, NDMA, certain institutions, Professor Tripathi mentioned about the Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management, a lot of possibilities on which we all could work upon. In addition to the theoretical underpinnings, obviously the exposure in the practicals, mock exercises, the key learnings from it, carrying out security and safety audits, which many of our students venture into corporate security and private security kind of a domain as well. And a lot of expectations about preparing for any kind of an eventuality, any kind of a disaster within a corporate sector, within public sector undertakings is something which in academia we are now focusing a lot. Visits to sites and facilities which provides learning, attachments with the necessary organizations, creating a possibility of attaching our students with SDRF and NDRFs. Apada Mitra and Yuva Apada Mitra is something which already Colonel Shahi has touched upon during his presentation on NDMB, and so has General Syed Atta Hasnan sir. Case studies, and there we look towards some of the think tanks who have been core part of such kind of an deliberations for a number of years now, that institutions like us and other academic institutions in the country would benefit a lot from the case studies, which would become then a core component of our syllabi. We do have several case studies as part of our understanding on internal security, external security, non-traditional threats to security. But it would be greatly helpful if already some of the think tanks or the defense institutions in the country have worked upon some case studies which have been documented and which could be brought out as a useful booklet for many of us to utilize in our classes here as such. Internship opportunities. I was happy to know that CENJOWS offers opportunities to students at a very nominal annual membership, and I'm pretty sure these kind of internship opportunities, and Dr. Monojit and we were discussing the other day what all possibilities can emerge from such scenarios. Technological induction into academic institutions. I worked in 2 other higher educational institutions in the past, and I have come across constraints in terms of the kind of technology which the departments are utilizing or providing to its students to work upon. And there we see several possibilities to emerge. We at the National Forensic Sciences University are working on developing a center of excellence in homeland security, wherein a lot of technological aspects would become core part of the center of excellence. And whenever we say center of excellence from our university, we're talking in terms of its relevant benchmarking, both at the national and global level. So that kind of centers would come up with a lot of technological induction, which could be made available to multiple institutions in the country. And that's how I would like to see the future of the technology getting inducted into the aspects which we have been discussing from the preparedness perspective, particularly of disaster. Research projects and doctoral work and dissertations is something which we have been doing. Professor Tripathi mentioned about Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management. There are paid internships available for students, and our students have taken the benefit of undertaking a project work with such institutions. So that's also one role on the whole which academia can push forward more and more. About training and capacity building, rightly mentioned by the esteemed speakers earlier, a lot of scope. As Dr. Just before me was mentioning about this entire idea that disaster diplomacy, Dr. Devashish Nandi sir, under the ITEC program, the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, many in-service personnel have been regularly coming to institutions, including to National Forensic Sciences University, and there academia can have an important dissemination of India's best possible exercises and India's best experiences, best practices. To cite one example, when we got an opportunity at an international platform, which is Interpa. It is an international association of police academies having more than 60 countries and 82 institutions represented over there. We are amongst the few universities to be part of it. We made it a point to talk about NDRF and how it has emerged as one of the most significant stakeholder in the disaster relief for across the world. Turkey was holding the presidency, and we wanted to convey the message through a subtle kind of a scenario that Operation Dost, which broadly every Turkish national also understands what Dosti is all about. Inevitably, we would expect a bit of reciprocity here and there. So that's also one role of academia to probably utilize some of the platforms as and when they are available to put across India's narrative, India's best practices, and that's where we believe we could work a lot. On Goa, coastal policing was mentioned out here. When we look into this National Academy for Coastal Policing, which has come up, which is taking some shape in Okha under the Border Security Force, there are possibilities on which we can work upon along with the other vital stakeholders out here. Now, some of these things which I have spoken from forensic sciences have been about the role of forensics, which in a way is a post-incident kind of a dimension. Like whenever we say forensic science, we say usage of scientific methods to examine evidence or crimes or disasters for that matter. But since the theme is on disaster preparedness, what we have is a dimension called preventive forensics. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university is a Padam Shri awardee. He's the longest serving forensic scientist in the country, having completed 50 years unbroken continuous service. Now, he was always of the opinion that in addition to the post-incident forensics, which we always talk about, why can't we concentrate upon the preventive forensics? Can we look into the work which needs to be done before any incident, any major eventuality happens? It could be in terms of analyzing data, about analyzing certain clues, tracing the calls and emails about the disasters, extracting information, collecting the samples and whatnot. Now, through reverse engineering, can we retrace some of the steps, analyze the role, analyze the capabilities, analyze the performance of all the stakeholders during the disaster or after the disaster, so that next time it goes as a feedback into building up the capacities of all the stakeholders? So could there be a reverse steps taken in a way of preventive forensics coming into the picture, critically analyzing the role of every single stakeholder during and after a disaster has struck as such? Funding throws challenge, but thankfully somebody mentioned that 15th Finance Commission has increased multifold allocation to 50% allocation increase. Just to wind up with two last points. Funding throws a lot of challenges before us, but collaborations, sharing of resources, building on each other's complementarities, competencies, networking and jointness can obviously overcome a lot of challenges. We look forward to networking with multiple institutions which are here, part of the great CENJOWS initiative sponsored by ICCSR. We look forward to learning from all these institutions out here, and with CENJOWS in particular on fostering a long-term cooperation. So with this, thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Professor Mehta, for your very intensive presentation, I must say. For the first time, I heard of the term preventive forensics. I'd never heard of it. So it'll be good to have more interactions subsequently. We now have Dr. Anupama Bose from MIT World Peace University to kindly give her presentation. So 10 plus 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Firstly, I would like to definitely thank CENJOWS for organizing this seminar. Followed by Dr. Tripathi. Thank you so much for chairing this session and guiding us with regard to this session. Further, I would also like to thank Dr. Manojit Das for sharing this program and opportunity with me so that I could be a part of the same and do my submission here. Further, I would also like to thank all the panel members presented in this seminar, in this particular panel so far, which has enlightened all of us with regard to this very crucial topic that we are discussing, that is disaster management and disaster preparedness today. My presentation for this session is going to be focusing on the session theme that has been shared with us today, which is with regard to legal academia and academics' role in disaster management and disaster preparedness. To narrow it down a little bit, in my presentation, I would like to put forward how the legal education or the legal curriculum could also enhance itself and include various factors with regard to educating disaster management as a part of its curriculum. It is already there, but it can be enhanced for an effective inclusion of this very topic and how to basically go about it. My presentation today was basically divided into three folds. The first fold that talks about the significance of legal education, which is with regard to disaster management, which is a requirement because when we be looking into the policy and those advising recommendations that are going to be put forward, how they are very crucial and how legal education can basically benefit the society through its various factors. And further, there are advocates and advocacy that are carried out for victims and impacted communities which are impacted through the disaster that takes place, whether it's a human disaster, natural disaster, or a man-made disaster. and ultimately how these factors are to be taught in a very, through legal education and in various stages to a law student in order to make them ready for the future. The second fold of my presentation is basically talking about inclusion of disaster management, not just as a separate subject, but also under various other legal integrated topics, okay, such as environmental law, law of torts, international law, that can basically create awareness amongst lawyers, as well as, of course, that can help through these advocates. It can basically help to reach out to the common people and create awareness amongst people regarding the various rights that they have, and they can basically claim and advocate for the same. And lastly, of course, we will be discussing about the issues and challenges that can be there in the way of putting this particular integrated setup of disaster management into the legal curriculum. And we will look forward to further recommendations and ways in which this can be mitigated and in this interdisciplinary approach can be put forward. So to start with, the very first segment, as I said, that I'll be discussing is with regard to why legal education should have disaster studies. Very first point and the very first argument that I would want to put forward here is with regard to the fact that legal advising and policy recommendation is a crucial thing that any law students or any lawyer going ahead plays a vital role in. Okay, as a result of which zoning regulations, construction codes, environmental laws, their implementation, their advocacy, these all include plan and policies that are also integrated with disaster management and disaster preparedness, as well as the risk management that is associated with it. Okay, so adhering to national regulations, like national regulation, we have Disaster Management Act of 2005. Okay, adherence to that, as well as the international norms which are already laid down, should be understood, be made aware of, and accordingly should be implemented and added in the policy aspect. Further, we have to also understand that advocates play a very vital part for those who are looking forward to protection of human rights, protection of communities with regard to those who are impacted. As a result of which, we have to understand that lawyers in the very initial stage should be trained in a manner that they are able to deal with this and they are able to sensitively carry out addressing the human rights violation and fair treatment for the marginalized society who are not able to speak for themselves, and they need an advocate to represent them in various requirement and needs, especially those areas, those communities which are greatly impacted by any disaster, whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster in this particular scenario. Further, we have to understand that raising awareness in this regard can not only help perspectives of compensation, but also we have to understand that people who are impacted may also face mental health related issues. Trauma counseling sessions and all these things can be made aware to if the people who are carrying it out, or in this particular study, the lawyers or the law students are being made well aware of it through their various curriculum and the syllabus that we have, okay, by integrating it in different prospects of the legal curriculum. Further, going ahead, I'll keep this short also because the next thing I would like to discuss is with regard to the curriculum, the various integrated areas in law where disaster studies falls and plays a very crucial role. Disaster management is not only something in legal curriculum that I would like to propose and put forward that it should be only studied individually also. Along with that, integrated areas, for example, environmental laws. When we talk about forest conservation, like in my the previous speakers, the panel members have enlightened that how environmental, reasons can also lead to disaster, which is so much grave for those who are suffering right now. So environmental laws, forest conservation, waste management, industrial liability, deforestation issues, all these things can also be integrated as a part of environmental studies and can basically be made aware, or the course can basically be carved out where disaster management, preparedness, as well as risk management can be carried out accordingly. Further, there are other legal subjects like torts that talks about liability aspect, tortious liability aspect, especially with regard to man-made disasters. Okay, to the disaster impacted community and the area can be nurtured and created and crafted in such a way that it includes the liability aspect in a more clearer manner. Further, international law, like very well, like in my previous in the previous presentation, the diplomacy part was there, which is a very significant part of international laws, international relations, has been discussed. Further, conventions like Geneva Convention, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, these are crucial to understand the backdrop of the international law that is existing and how these incorporation of these, along with, of course, the national laws that we have, that is Disaster Management Act of 2005, can basically help in this particular regard that can be incorporated. Of course, the human rights perspective can also be there, the constitutional perspectives that are related to disaster management, public policy governance. These are the things that has to be also incorporated in disaster management studies to ensure that students are learning this from a very ground level and they are able to use this studies in a much more effective way, as a result of which the policies that they will be imparting in future, or any field that they are associated with, they can do it in a much more effective and impactful manner, that not only the policies are there for for the sake of being there, but also they are carried out in a proper manner. So that is all what I wanted to discuss in today's presentation with regard to how, specifically with regard to the theme of role of academia and in academic curriculum, how this particular course can be added, especially in the study of law, which is where my field is and where I come from. So how that can enhance the understanding, awareness, and of course, preparedness with regard to dealing with disaster management related principles. Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank Dr. Anathuma. Just a related thing. I understand MIT University is soon going to have campus in Goa also. So I can already make out from your presentation that Goa University is going to have a very, very friendly competition as the MIT comes up. So welcome to Goa, I must say.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we are planning from next year, probably next to next year. Yeah.
Indeed,
Thank you.
indeed. And there will be a lot that we'll have in common.
Sure, sir.
So we've had a fascinating session, and it could not be more satisfying for a chairperson to see that what he just mentioned in his introductory remarks to actually come true. So I spoke about interdisciplinarity being the core of Synergy. And here we had presentations from the field of environment, international relations, forensics, law. I don't think there could have been anything better than an interdisciplinary example of this. So we have, I would say, 15 minutes for questions, answers, and discussions. I would request the audience to be very brief, to the point. Also kindly introduce yourself, because some of us may still not know each other. So the floor is now open. Suggestions that may be there. Yeah. Yeah. But push the mic.
Sir, I'm Colonel Arunan, Colonel Royal IDS. I look after deployment for armed forces, called Army, Navy, Air Force, along with state governments or international also. Now, give certain points, value additions. Like Colonel Tripathi told, we can do a TA ecological, sir. The idea, we'll take it ahead. State governments will come to know. We are only getting bills. This expenditure. However, sir, on ground, what is happening? Any KLP which is coming up. So we are planting at a unit level. Like we have got a IDS KLP coming up just in Mehram Nagar. So we planned around 25 lakhs of rupees for plantation of around 40 to 50,000 trees. I was commanding in Dinjan. I had a fund around 6 lakhs. We planted around 5,000 trees. It is only initially 6 months that you have to plant. So individual levels also, armed forces, they are doing it. Now, adding to what Dr. Nandi had given, sir, I'll give certain forums of international military diplomacy, what we are doing in HADR. Till now, I was secretary of Asian Defense Ministers meeting expert working group on HADR since I was holding the chair. Now I handed over to Singapore. I was in a meeting with them till last week, in which we make various SOPs, how during COVID, how we deployed ropes. So like gender action plan. Now next agenda is gender action plan as per Sendai framework. That also we are working out along with 18 countries who are members of ADMM+. Regarding you told, Dr. Nandi told Chakrawat exercise which was conducted by Navy on 18th or 19th of this month. We had participation from 12 countries, sir. We got an exercise conducted in Porbandar and Ahmedabad on 18th and 19th November. This exercise was Sanyukt Vimochan. Now again, sir, we have got around attendees from 17 countries. Next month, we are holding an exercise in Andaman Nicobar, marking 20 years of tsunami. So we have called people from Indian Ocean region and IONS working group. So that also we are doing on 18, 19 December. Next, we have Quad HADR group, sir. I was supposed to have been moving to Japan today along with the MEA delegation. However, we have deputed a Indian Air Force and Indian Navy officer to attend the same. So that also we do to provide assistance in all these Indo-Pacific littoral states or any assistance which is required to be given as squad partners, sir. And what HADR effort you showed on the slide, sir, government is so proactive. The moment 40 boys or any relief work which is required to be undertaken, like 42 people electrocuted in Kuwait, C-17 from Indian Air Force, within 12 hours, it is made standby and they execute. Or flight clearance where they have to go. The government is so proactive that is executed without any delay. Second, Nepal, again floods, sir. Last month, again 23 people had drowned in a bus. So again, we immediately get Indian Air Force on standby and they execute within 12 to 24 hours. MEA takes what is the requirement of the next country. It is passed. It is procured in a very 12 hours. Aircraft is on standby. By that time, they get overflight clearance, other airport tie-ups en route. The aircraft takes off. I'll give some examples which I can give officially or which are common sight. Otherwise, government is executing to help a lot of people, whether they are in Gaza Strip, Golan Heights, or any place, Ukraine for that matter. Like Typhoon Yagi last month, Vietnam, it was executed immediately. Then on Mocha in Myanmar. One more good practice, what we follow in the Indian Navy, we keep the pellets. Medicines otherwise. This is what in any Southeast Asian nation, it is only Indian Navy which maintains. Is the government military diplomacy is executing. Yes, I wanted.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very, very valuable inputs. Yeah, now, sir.
Sir, I'm Dr. Vinay Kumar. To Colonel Tripathi, sir, that you have specifically mentioned about the deployment of armed forces for the ecological purpose, like especially planting of trees. I feel that armed forces are very busy in the defense of the country, so it should be incorporated into the minds of younger generations that it is their responsibility to plant more and more trees rather than calling every time the efforts of armed forces into this aspect. This is my personal submission, sir. And to Debashish Nandi, sir, there's a small clarification that I would like to have from your side, that you have used the accountability to global community. So can you please explain me about what accountability you are talking about to the global community as far as India is concerned?
May I suggest that we take all questions together so that, yeah, any further questions? Okay, okay.
One more, you have mentioned about the SAC, the disaster management center, and how the SAC has to proceed. But yes, in case of SAC, I think now the organization is not so proactive. So what should be the process that need to be undertaken by India as a India being the largest country of the SAC nations. So what do you think that what India has to contribute for the SAC disaster center to make sure that the what are the disasters that may happen would be addressed by the SAC nations?
Any questions?
Sir, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Negi. I'm from TNC. I'm audible, sir. My question to the panel is, sir, in fact, we've been dealing with a lot of these disasters since long. In recent times, also, a lot of states have faced the disasters in which a lot of state agencies, national agencies, Army, Air Force, Navy have participated. My only question is, like all these instances, like in Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, the state government was at the forefront dealing with these things, and a lot of, I'm sure, lessons would have been learned. So is there a mechanism in which we share all these lesson learned, what things went wrong, how could we correct these things? Is there a mechanism present in which these lessons are analyzed, and so that the next disaster when it happens, we are slightly better prepared? That's my question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a nice presentation from everyone. Myself, Dr. Ratan Prakash Dheer, from Assistant Professor Community Medicine, ESIC Medical College, Faridabad. And my only suggestion is, recently government has introduced tree plantation by the MBBS student, and we are doing it from all over India. It's not only in my college. And secondly, adoption of 5 families. Earlier it was 1. Now adoption of 5 families. What we can add, this CENJOWS may initiate the disaster training to them. And also one more thing, you have advised, this forum has advised for app for the any disaster, upcoming disaster alert will be on that mobile. Since I am the president of National Medical Organization, which is working for even unattended areas of the entire India, like Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, even Pakistan border, they have given the medical services there. Then my suggestion is that we can train those volunteers, NMOs volunteers, through CENJOWS, and from that app, we can call them for medical help. And we can, by this way, we can create the this medical task force for the disaster management. And definitely this will be help. And because NMO works on the Swast Seva se Rashtra Seva. This is a core thinking of the NMOs. And yes, we are doing very well. Thank you, sir, once again, for giving me opportunity to ask. Thank you.
So, Professor Tripathi, two queries I would like to respond. One is your query about the army getting involved in the plantation. Actually, he recommended the ecological task force of the army. It is not the regular army, so to say. Army has large number of organizations created in form of territorial army, where the local population people are there, and they basically work as a nucleus. Otherwise, in short-term basis, people from all over countryside and all jobs, they are entitled to go train, work, and that is the kind of organization is there. Army already has large number of such organizations. It is not the one which takes the prime role in the war fighting. So, but they have done wonders because the command control value system they inherit from the armed forces. So that is what he had recommended, that if already existing ecological task forces can be enhanced in numbers and that can be given a major role, they themselves will be able to transform the entire ecosystem of the greening of the India in a very big way. So that was point one. Second point, what was about the feedback, of the state activities which have taken place. Actually, when in 2005 the NDMA Act came, that time it was not a mandatory requirement for the states to have a SDMA. Some states, undertook this provision immediately. Some still don't have as of now. So the currently the Parliament Act, which is under getting passed shortly, hopefully it will happen in this session. So that mandates the SDMA also being a mandatory institutional requirement for all the states and union territories. And as you would have heard General Hassan, now once that thing happens, an institutional mechanism will be undertaken, which is conceived, and as of now it is in the form of advisory, that whatever event happens, you give a feedback so that the lessons learned can be taken. So all that exists, but that once the act gets passed, so to my mind at that stage, the institutional mechanism will be more mandatory and effective. Whatever lessons we are learning, that can be implemented better.
Yes, sir. All lessons, whatever has been learnt in any incident, whether we are taking people from Uttarkashi, 14 people, 7 dead bodies, we had gone through Indian Monitoring Federation. Whatever lessons learned are there, all state governments, whoever are the rescuing agencies. So lessons learned are taken and guidelines are being implemented in each and every case. Whatever we learn from our mistakes, so like last year in Air Force, we deployed Air Force in rotary wing, all helicopters and all. Whatever we were dropping, it was getting from 20 feet. Water was getting late. So we did a lot of things below that. Now we have started dropping from, in Baroda, we dropped from only 5 meters. So all lessons learned we are incorporating. We are giving lessons learned to MHA also, MEA also, and NDMA also.
So I now request the panelists to respond to specific questions.
Thank you for two more pertinent questions. First question is in response to the first question. You asked a very pertinent question: accountability to the global community. Basically, this is the principle of India's foreign policy to respond on humanitarian ground, and India is committed to ensure human rights and human security for the global community. As a part of it, ideally, India is accountable, being the world's largest democracy, to address these issues. Yes, if we talk about India's action in Afghanistan, then India was accountable since 2002 to mid of August 2021. India did a lot to reconstruct our Afghanistan, to introduce democracy, to build a new parliamentarian building in Afghanistan, and Indian nurses and doctors were working there. And regarding India's response during the COVID period, India, despite having a lot of internal demands, India supplied COVID vaccines to our neighbors in Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Southeast Asian countries, including Philippines, Indonesia, and Middle Eastern countries. So basically, this is one kind of India's generosity towards global community to supply. There is no hard and fast rule on this accountability. Since the very beginning, since the Nehruvian era, we are continuing our good gesture to the global community. We ideally we are accountable to the global community. Number two, SARC's
to say that we can use a responsible member of the global community rather than accountable. That is what I was about to
Okay, there is no pressure, international pressure. And the SARC's role to disaster diplomacy, yes, SARC as a regional organization is totally failed, I must say, because there is no economic cooperation. We have introduced SHAFTA on 1st January 2006. We have established SARC University. Apart from this SARC University, no such initiatives have been successfully implemented. Yes, a lot of things have been done. Sir is expert of South Asia, an eminent expert. Sir, thing is that regarding disaster cooperation after earthquakes and natural disasters taken place, India immediately responded because India always very generous towards South Asian nations regarding tsunami, regarding earthquake, but regarding the, I mean, mutual cooperation, there is no such response from other members. For example, Pakistan during COVID-19, they initiated to form a SARC fund for to help those affected people. But Pakistan is a country which didn't actually contributed a single phase. So this is the things that if all members are not very cooperative and very serious about their tasks, about their duties, so it cannot be functional.
Sir, India South Asia story is such a vast story that there can be a seminar.
Yes.
So
We're talking about the tree plantation. Basically, we require an institutional response. Indian response is fantastic, but it cannot take on, इस देश का दुर्भाग्य था कि प्रधानमंत्री को बताना पड़ा कि सफाई करो. So that's the thing. Everybody knew how to clean themselves. So that's why the institutional response is required in this country. And as it is there in the fundamental duties, planting trees. So that can be told to all children and all school going. Rather, it should be mandated that.
Starting NCC also now are training them for disaster response. Central funding through NDM. This also we are starting. Like, sir.
So I would also want to give final 2 slots to the 2 online panelists. In case you have a one-liner, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a very major stakeholder in this country, which is the industry. And always when there is a natural calamity or a man-made calamity, we have the industry coming up and pitching in and giving a lot of funds, giving a lot of anything they can give. Now, what happens at the end of the day, I would like to understand how much is NDMA actually interacting with the industry at all levels. It need not be Ambani's and Tata's and Birla's. It could be the MSMEs. There are startups who are ready to do. There is a concept of corporate social responsibility, which everybody would like to do. So in that case, how much are we interacting? How much are we getting them into our fold? So my question was that.
I wonder.
Last year, 4th October, ma'am, what happened in Sikkim, it was already brought out by NDM and other people. Immediately, everyone, all state governments, they've got a state disaster management authority, they've got vice chairmen, they've got number of HOD, NDMA, they've got number of Jan Asnan. And at a local level also, like Sikkim government, they've got a disaster management authority. And whoever is the boss of army station there, they get the number easily. So Mrs. Murthy, she wanted to give some bridges and other things because 11 bridges had already washed away. So he got a call. State will give a call to NDMA, NDMA to Army or to State Disaster Management Authority. So the level of interaction is quite good and it is improving day by day.
Thank you. So,
This is for all of us. I got a very small suggestion, which is a little negative. There's a book called by Mr. V. It's called Everybody Loves a Good Disaster. The basic book is Everybody Loves a Good Drought. That's a basic book. And yeah, P. Saina, sorry. And well, Professor Tripathi was telling the gentleman who heads one of the state disaster program, he's the biggest culprit and he is the biggest land grabber.
You land me in trouble, sir.
No.
to give opportunity to the two online panelists just to comment or say anything with regard to the discussions that happened. Final 1 minute, yeah. Dr. Mehta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I mean, just to reiterate, sir, with the presence of the institution of our nature coming up in 18 different places in the country, a lot of, those premises, the kind of competencies which would come up in those places, along with the technology, could be utilized for multiple activities. Since the institution works under the aegis of Ministry of Home Affairs, it becomes all the more relevant to look at from that angle as well. And since Ministry of External Affairs also has been supporting having our presence abroad, more campuses about to come up. So a lot of possibilities of working in that direction is there. From the academia's perspective, sir, we keep on seeing that though sometimes the intention is there, but the right kind of a knowledge, but more importantly, the skill sets are missing. So how do we bring in that element of complementarities between not just the intention, but also the knowledge as well as the skill set, which becomes all the more pertinent and important for us. So we look forward to contributions in that sense. To the session chair, sir, we do have a campus in Goa also, and other places also. So a lot of complementarities and leverages to the CENJOWS DG, sir. We do have a campus in Delhi, sir. The erstwhile National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science has been rechristened and converted as one of the campuses of NFSU now. So a lot of those possibilities we look forward to. As a person representing academia, I think a lot of onus on us to work upon these case studies, to make sure that the right kind of ideas are percolated down, borrowing from Colonel Tripathi ji also, that there are a lot of possibilities that every single person with whom we interact with as a responsible academia representatives, we do need to work upon these areas. And I think we need some contributions or inputs from NDMA, from think tanks also, and coming out with the right kind of case studies and booklets. Dr. Vinay mentioned about some of these terminologies also. How do we really reach them out to our set of students? So that's what I would put it across. So much to learn from each one of the institutions present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Ghosh, final point from you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, again for all the insights shared across this panel. And I would like to stress upon Dr. Mehta's stance on this. That is, yes, we do want to do a lot in academics to train our students and, of course, the instructors themselves. But of course, a lot of training and practical approach towards this is missing. And I'm sure in coming days, through these kind of national conferences, workshops, sessions, we'll be able to enhance upon the understanding even more, and probably something more impactful can be done towards this change. Thank you so much once again for everyone for sharing their insights and the perspectives, as well as things that are going on, the practices that is going on with regard to disaster management with all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Thanks to all the panelists for this wonderful presentation. And I do hope, sir, that the academia has fulfilled its role by providing the kind of input that was needed. Certainly, there is a lot that we can learn from practitioners. I mean, academia always has this tag of living in ivory towers. But I think by being in meetings like these, we can learn a lot. And I do hope that this becomes a beginning point for greater interaction on an issue which really requires synergy. So I will not have any questions now. I'm not chairing any session subsequently, so I'll have all my questions at that time. Just one final thing. Everybody is thanking Manojit Das, but I forgot to thank him. So Dr. Manojit Das, as a student, always was full of ideas. And I had to stop him that, no, don't do so many things at the same time. But then he would always end up coming up with programs in an excellent manner. So many thanks to him for putting this together. Manojit, I don't know, where are you? Maybe outside doing something. Yeah. So thanks again. So I hand it over to now, the organizers. Thank you. A big round of applause for all the panelists again.
Thank you to all the panelists for this interesting session. May I now request Professor Dr. Rahul Tripathi to present mementos to the distinguished panelists who are physically present here. Sir, please come to the stage. Yes, sir. Colonel A.P. Tripathi, Dr. Devashish Nandi, please. DG CENJOWS to present the honors to the chairperson. So kindly stay for a group photograph. With this, we come to the end of session 2. We will now have a lunch break and reassemble at 14:15. Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. I request you to be seated. We now commence with session 3. The theme is Role of Jointness in Disaster. For this session, I have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Debashish Nandi and other panelists. Dr. Debashish Nandi is the Associate Professor of Department of Political Science and Coordinator of Center for Studies of South and Southeast Asian Societies at Kazi Nazrul University, West Bengal. He's been a visiting faculty at many professional universities that include the Tajik National University in Dushanbe, the University of Dhaka, Osaka University of Japan, and the Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences in Germany. He has also served as a guest faculty at the National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, and Jhabari University, Kolkata. He is the editor of 13 books and an author of 8 books and a wide range of publications. Ms. Swapnil Saxena is an architect and urban planner currently on secondment from the UNDP to Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, for the flagship report on disaster and climate resilient infrastructure, where she anchors research on nature-based solutions and infrastructure resilience. She has previously led capacity building and managed large-scale urban development projects at the National Institute of Urban Affairs under the CIT IIS program. A gold medalist in planning from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, she brings expertise in research, advocacy, and stakeholder coordination. Dr. T. Suresh Kumar, a research associate at FORE School of Management, New Delhi, focuses on researching corporate social responsibility initiatives through social media, specifically among the top NGOs in Delhi. He holds a PhD and MPhil from JNU's Center for Russian and Central Asian Studies and has published extensively on international politics and the Russia-Ukraine war. His research interests include political sociology, political modernization, and international peace and security. Professor Bharti Das is a professor and head of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, University of Allahabad, Prayagraj. She is a dedicated researcher in the fields of strategic studies and international law. She also serves as a nodal officer for the Dr. Ambedkar Center for Excellence at the University of Allahabad. Ms. Mona Lisa Tase is an assistant professor at Nagaland University, specializing in contemporary political theory, comparative politics, and the political dynamics of Northeast India. With over 2 decades of teaching experience, she has actively contributed to academic discourse through research, conferences, and skill development initiatives, and is currently pursuing her PhD. Dr. Nikunj Makwana is a medical doctor, public health professional, professor at the Special Center for Disaster Research of JNU. Prior to this assignment, he has served as a medical officer for the government of Gujarat and a consultant at the National Health System Resource Center, New Delhi, where his focus was on public health and disaster management. He has contributed to national policy and programs, including serving on expert committees of UGC syllabus development and MOOCs for the SWAYAM platform on disaster risk reduction. Mr. Shantanu Bansal is a Delhi-based strategic analyst and founder of Indian Aerospace Defense News, with over 10 years of experience in defense research and analysis. A senior consultant to RTRAC Shimla and Helicopter Training School, Hyderabad, he writes for various defense journals and think tanks on Indian Armed Forces modernization, national security threats, modern weaponry, and subconventional conflicts. He was also a part of India's first space warfare tabletop exercise conducted under the aegis of CENJOWS 2023. I now hand over to the chairperson to take the session forward.
Very good afternoon to all of you once again. This is a post-lunch session. So this session, in this panel, we have distinguished speakers. There are 5 distinguished speakers. I am the chairperson, but I will not chair in this session, but I will listen how these distinguished speakers will be speaking and will be expressing their views on different perspectives of disaster management. Basically, the basic theme of this panel is the role of jointness in the disaster response. Yes, without any coordination or joint venture, disaster cannot be prevented, or after disaster, the crisis cannot be resolved. Domestically and internationally, disaster management and the disaster capacity of the handling the disasters or post-disaster situation, it is essential to coordinate within the states, within the between the central government and the state governments, between the governments and NGOs and INGOs and the local community. And from various perspectives, since the very morning, we have listened so many arguments regarding the regarding India's response to disasters and natural calamities and man-made. There are some man-made calamities and there are some natural disasters and calamities. So, how the people of India and the government of India, in association with the local organizations, will respond disasters and how to prevent it. I this session will be stopping to all of you, and without uh, without any delay, I would like to call upon Ms. Swapnil Saxena, CDRI, to share views.
Thank you, Dr. Nandi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Swapnil Saxena. I work at the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. You all must be aware that it was launched by the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, in 2019, and we celebrated our 5th anniversary this year. We are a new coalition. It's a global coalition of over 40 member countries, private sector institutions, multilateral development banks. And this coalition is working towards promoting resilient infrastructure in the face of growing disasters and in the face of climate change that has far serious consequences. So today on the topic, I was actually thinking about what exactly to speak about, because this is a very different kind of audience. We generally don't have people from the armed forces and researchers who are working in the sector listening to us. We generally have people who work on the technical aspect of infrastructure listening. So I have spent some time to tailor my thoughts to this audience, and I hope I'm able to do some justice today. So of course it's a privilege to be amongst all of you today. It's an issue that affects each one of us, regardless of our professions, regardless of our backgrounds and our fields of expertise. Climate change is no longer a far off concern. It affects each one of us. It's a present reality, one which impacts our cities, our infrastructure, our children, our families, and also our national security. And while the challenges may seem overwhelming, there is one thing that I know to be true. The path forward lies in jointness, in collaboration, in cooperation, and in the alignment of resources, skills, and expertise across multiple sectors. At CDRI, we are more than just a network. We are a platform for collaborative action where researchers, engineers, policymakers, and everybody involved in this sector addressing climate change and the realities of today ensure that our infrastructure remains resilient in the face of climate threats. Before I dive deeper into the role of jointness itself, let's reflect on the magnitude of the challenges that we face, especially India is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. We are already experiencing the impacts of climate change. We are residents of Delhi. We have, all been affected by the severe heat waves, to devastating floods, cyclones, and droughts that have happened across the country. And these events are becoming more frequent, more intense, and more unpredictable. Let me share some facts. This is from some of the studies that we have been doing. Of course, some of them are global, but all of them make sense when we talk, when we contextualize it to India. 70% of the global economic losses come from disasters and are related to climate hazards. And the majority of the people that are affected from these disasters, which is about 89%, live in low and middle income countries, especially in South Asian countries. 14% of the global urban population will be facing extreme heat. And by 2050, this figure will increase to 45%, which is nearly half of the world's urban dwellers. Floods alone affect 1 in 4 people globally. In India, cities like Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata are bearing the brunt of frequent destructive urban floods, causing economic, social, and infrastructural damage. And now it's not just limited to these mega cities. Even tier 1, tier 2 cities have been facing massive waterlogging issues. And of course, we all realize that this is not just an environmental issue. This extends to layers of different aspects of development. Our infrastructure, which underpins everything, right from economic growth to health, to military operations, everything is increasingly vulnerable. This is where jointness comes in. Just as the armed forces are trained for rapid, coordinated responses to crises, we will supply those same principles to disaster resilience and response. But the scale and complexity of climate-related threats requires more than just logistical expertise. We need a whole of society approach, an interdisciplinary effort which brings together researchers, engineers, scientists, planners, the armed forces, and other stakeholders to build solutions that are both sustainable and resilient. At CDRI, we believe that the future of disaster resilience lies in collaboration. The military's ability to deliver aid, organize evacuations, and maintain order during a disaster must be complemented by the expertise of researchers who can model climate risks, who can provide systems, and design climate resilient infrastructure. Together, this joint effort can ensure that we are not just reacting to disasters, but anticipating them, mitigating them, and preparing for them. And I think this is one of the most important points that I wanted to make here today, that, of course, we respond to disasters and we respond in a way that the community recovers and we rebuild what was lost. But in the first place, I think investing money, investing resources, time in, pre-disaster phases where we anticipate them, we, are able to calculate the risks that our society or infrastructure faces due to impending disasters, and we prepare for them in advance. And the reason I'm saying this is because it's proven, studies have proven. If you look at the World Bank studies, one of the studies states that if for every extra dollar that you spend in, building resilient infrastructure, you will save $4 in post-disaster, in, economic investments. So there is a lot of saving that you can do, that one can do if you prepare in advance, and if we invest in the preparation phases. So let us consider a few examples where, different stakeholders can come in together, different kind of stakeholders that I mentioned. For example, let's take cyclone preparedness. In coastal regions like Odisha and Kolkata, of course, we have Odisha is a great example of early warning systems in place. Earlier, when Cyclone Fani had landed, the state was completely prepared and people were evacuated one day in advance. So all of this is possible only because there are different stakeholders who are actually looking into different aspects of disaster response and recovery, and because of the very integrated early warning systems established in the state. So early warning systems here are a game changer, and it's the most important tool in our arsenal. they have the potential to reduce disaster damage by up to 30%. And I think that's a big number. And they help in flood forecasting. They have helped in flood forecasting in Chennai, in Mumbai, and it protects not just investments, it also protects lives and property, etc. Apart from that, I think, of course, I would stop here, and I'd like to come back in the discussion later on. But of course, I'd like to say that the risks we face are real. Building resilient infrastructure by improving disaster preparedness, and by fostering joint action across all sectors, we can ensure where cities and communities is there, they are not only capable of withstanding this extreme weather, but are also capable of thriving in the face of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swapnil Saxena, for your lecture. And after the completion of all lectures, we'll go for question and answer session. And now I would like to request Dr. T. Suresh Kumar for School of Management for delivering his lecture.
Thank you, Chair, and respected dignitaries and fellow researchers. I thank CENJOWS for giving me this opportunity. So today I'm here to present my paper titled Synergies in Building Community Resilience, the Role of Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration in Odisha's Disaster Management Framework. So the major focus in this research is to explore how Odisha, once considered a vulnerable state to natural disasters, has transformed itself into a model of disaster resilience, a global model. So in my presentation, I will highlight some of the important achievements of disaster management in Odisha, and we'll also discuss the lessons it offers for addressing challenges in disaster-prone areas across India. So to begin with, let us look at a larger context. Why disaster management has become an indispensable aspect for the governance and developmental planning, particularly in a country like India. Every year we face cyclones, floods, and earthquakes, droughts, landslides. These disasters disrupt lives, destroy infrastructure, and reverse the developmental plannings. Imagine the devastating floods in Kerala and the cyclones that hit each year in Odisha. These events not only cause immense human suffering, but also cost billions in damage. And statistics also shows that this recurrent disaster deepen poverty, destabilize communities, and undermine progress. So disaster management is not just about emergency response. It's also about reducing risk, saving lives, protecting assets, and ensuring communities that can recover quickly. So where is the challenge lies in reducing this risk? As Ms. Swapnil told, one of the biggest challenges is the scale and frequency of these events. Natural disasters, they do not wait to catch up. And on top of that, there are various anthropogenic hazards, those caused by human activities, that is seen in the form of global warming and the rise of sea level. And there is a lack of build quality in infrastructures like dams and bridges. All these further complicate the situation, and sometimes the magnitude of disaster is so high that it often exceeds the individual capacity. So it is clear that there is no single entity which can tackle with such kind of situations on its own, be it the government or NGOs or private sectors or the community itself. So this is where a multi-stakeholder approach comes in, a model of collaboration that brings together different stakeholders to tackle with such challenges. It has proven that this has become a game changer in disaster risk reduction. So and now this disaster risk reduction became an integral part of social and economic development and is essential if development is to be sustainable for the future. In 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal Target 11.5 reads that by 2030, significantly reduce the number of deaths and the number of people affected substantially, number of people affected and substantially decrease the direct economic loss related to global gross domestic product caused by disaster, including water-related disasters, and with a focus to protect the poor and people in vulnerable situations. And also SDG target 13.5 highlights the importance of building resilience, including at the community level, to address the climate-related risks and disasters. So the different stakeholders who involve in achieving these goals include the government, the non-governmental organizations, community groups, private sectors, and academia and research institutions as well. So each stakeholder brings unique strength, resources, and expertise to the table, contributing to a comprehensive approach. Government provide policy directions, resources, and coordination mechanism. NGOs offer grassroots outreach and community mobilization. Academia and research institutions contribute with data, risk assessment, and innovative solutions. Private sector plays an important role in funding, technology, and support. So together, these stakeholders create synergies that not only improve preparedness and response, but also strengthen a long-term resilience by addressing the root cause of these risks. So this is the significance of the multi-stakeholder approach in a larger context. So now let me come to the Odisha model. Let us see how Odisha has successfully implemented approach and transformed itself into a model state for the disaster preparedness. And when I'm talking about this Odisha model, this recognition has actually given by the international organization. It was way back in 2013 by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction recognized Odisha for its best practices in evacuation of millions cyclone filing, and again in 2021 it was recognized by the Chief of UN for Odisha's critical commitment for good governance and disaster risk reduction. So, and for this recognition, the government of Odisha has significant role to play. It was actually the 1991 cyclone which had exposed the critical gaps in disaster preparedness. In the aftermath of the cyclone, the government has realized that there is a need of a separate body to deal with such situation. So by the next year, the 2000 itself, the government of Odisha has established Odisha State Disaster Management Authority, and it acts as a nodal body for DRR, for disaster risk reduction, coordinating with the other government departments, local authorities, stakeholders, and NGOs as well. So one of the defining feature of government of Odisha is its decentralized framework, empowering local bodies such as the Panchayat Raj institutions, urban local bodies. These institutions mobilize resources, conduct community awareness campaign, and execute localized disaster management plans. At the district level also, it play a crucial role, aligning with the state policies. It ensures effective last mile connectivity during emergencies. So, and Odisha was the first state who established a special task force that is called Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force. Okay, Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force to minimize the casualties during disasters. So there are there are other partners like NGOs, and NGOs have also played an important role in conducting workshops. They provide to community training, mock drills, awareness campaign, and all. And community participation is actually at the heart of Odisha's disaster management. The local communities, particularly in coastal areas, have long been involved in disaster preparedness and response. The Odisha government has integrated the local knowledge with the scientific data, making disaster management strategic more culturally relevant. For instance, the role of local fishermen in providing system about the approach of cyclone is a key example. So, private sector also played an important role, as ma'am was asking about in previous session. The CSR, corporate social responsibility, it has played an instrumental role. And India was the first country in the world to mandate the corporate social responsibility by law, requiring companies with a net worth exceeding 500 crore and net profit of over 5 crore to allocate 2% average for the CSR activities. And by conducting an online assessment in JOS website and their CSR activities, we also found that there is a substantial rise in private funding for disaster management. Data shows that between 2013 to 2023, over 1,200 crores was contributed to private companies on CSR initiatives. So this is some of the greatest collaborative approach by the Odisha government. Now I would like to say, when it comes to the policy formulation, India must focus to build on institutional capacity, integrating disaster risk reduction into developmental agendas, strengthening the role of local government bodies and local communities should be the focus in disaster policies. And there should also be need of research on socioeconomic impact of disasters and development policies that address the long-term rehabilitation of affected population. And by concluding, I would say that Odisha's disaster management framework stands as a shining example of resilience, innovation, and collaboration, showcasing the transformative power of a multiple stakeholder approach. And the lessons from Odisha underscore the importance of inclusive policy, capacity building, and sustainable development in addressing disaster risks, offering valuable insights for India and the world, creating a safer and more prepared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. T. Suresh Kumar, for your excellent presentation. And now I would like to invite Professor Dash. Maybe he will be speaking through online.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Dash, please. Yes.
On the participant and the respected panel members. Now I'm going to speak on the role of jointness disaster management. Actually, I will concentrate my presentation on 3 points, or we can say on 3 questions. First is why disaster and how disasters be managed, and the third one is how is it possible for any agency to manage any kind of disaster single-handedly? Definitely, I'll start the first question by disaster management. Actually, we are just using this nomenclature, this word disaster management, because disaster is only managed. We cannot stop disaster to occur, so only we can manage. And if we are in kind of situation, then the teamwork is required. If the teamwork is required, then the coordination, cooperation, and joint effort is necessary. And if jointness effort is necessary, then there must be a very powerful cooperation between or among the stakeholders. Jointness or teamwork is vital in emergency management, as it facilitates effective decision making. By working together, emergency responders and organizations can enhance their capacity to prepare for and recover from a wide range of So, stop the disaster to occur. What should be the path before us, and what should we do? We can only manage it. So, how can we manage? So, हमारे पास चारा क्या बचता है? How to manage this? We can equip ourselves with the knowledge, with the technology, so that we can face this disaster effectively. And जो jointness की topic है, उसमें jointness क्या क्या कर सकते हैं या क्या गैप्स रह गए हैं, उसमें सबसे बड़ा गैप भी जो पूरी उसमें पाया वो ये है कि देयर आर मेनी स्टेक होल्डर्स which are there in this process. So the problem is this: how to make the effective communication between the different stakeholders of this management group. So communication gap is there, and we have to reduce this gap. And the gap is different type of gaps are there. सबसे पहले तो ये है कि language barriers are there. Then second is there should be a proper जो different कायदे से कि proper division of power and responsibility should be there, ताकि हर जो stakeholder है अपनी जिम्मेदारी को ठीक से। दूसरा ये है कि we should manage disasters through bringing people-centered development strategy, because disaster management is for the people, of the people, and by the people. So we should focus on people-centric approach. And of course, educating people in disaster risk reduction is the need of the hour, and it can be done through the universities and colleges who can teach and train their scholars about the disaster management and also produce trained volunteers for any disasters or vulnerable situations. The main important point is this, that disaster management courses which are running in the universities or running in various departments are more focused on theoretical aspect of disaster management. We should be more focused on real life situations, so it will be more fruitful. And my suggestion in this is that small case studies should be done with each of the courses with the collaboration of other stakeholders, so that that could be useful in real life situations. Disaster management should not only be limited to the essay writing competitions in the school curriculum as it is in CBSE, and we can see class 9, class 10, class syllabi. There is many, chapters are there in disaster management, but in practical, we are not doing any stimulation exercises in the school level also. So the students are trained in such a way that they have the practical knowledge and real life knowledge of the situation, so that they can be prepared in such a way that they can help themselves, and at the same time they can help the other people to rescue them. They can helpful in the rescue operations also. In university, we have the NCC, we have NSS and all these things. So we can train NCC students and NSS students in such a way that they can work as a trained volunteers, and they can be asset. They can act as an asset in disaster management program. There's a need to expand capacity building activities on disaster management within developments, so that they can be trained for all the stages of the disaster cycle rather than the current emphasis on emergency responses. हमें ये नहीं करना है कि अभी disaster आ गया है तो we will just prepare ourselves to tackle those disasters. हमें preparedness के हर level पे, चाहे वो mitigation हो, चाहे वो बाद में हमें re-establishment करना हो, हर level पे we have to train our students and local people कि वो हर साइकिल में जो हर स्टेज है, हर लेवल है, वो उसमें प्रॉपर भूमिका निभा सके, ताकि ये जो जॉइंट एफर्ट्स है वो इफेक्टिवली वर्क कर सके. जो मेन फोकस है और जो एज अ वुमेन आई फील द नीड ऑफ वुमेन एंड other marginalized groups should be addressed properly, because women as a student and scholar of defense and strategic studies, what I have read, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि war is the biggest man-made disaster. और उस war में जो भी victim है, अगर हम देखते हैं या war में कोई भी मारा जाता है, कोई भी सैनिक, चाहे वो किसी भी फीमेल का भाई होता है, वो बेटा होता है, या फिर वो उसका आप ये कह सकते उसका पति होता है, तो ऐसी स्थिति में फीमेल इज द या वुमेन इज द रियल victim of war or any kind of disaster. So whenever we formulate any policy, we should focus on the problems which are faced by the women. तो हम जो policies तो बनाते हैं, but women जो है वो इस policy formulation में somehow उसका पार्टिसिपेशन बहुत कम होता है। सो जॉइंटनेस एक्टिविटीज जो भी हम कर रहे हैं या एफर्ट्स हमारे तब तक फ्रूटफुल नहीं होंगे जब तक कि विमेन पार्टिसिपेशन इज मिसिंग। और जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड पीपल हैं, like differently able people, older people who are not educated, the tribal people who are not able to communicate properly, their problem should be addressed at the local level, and they should be the part of the policy making agencies. और खाली हम अगर theoretically हम उस पे
Professor
बात
Das,
करते
please,
रहेंगे तो उस पे काम
please finish your speech.
या नहीं चलेगा। Suggestion for proper and effective role of jointness can be only possible through the regular dialogues, workshops, and joint initiatives, which can foster an environment where knowledge and resources are shared, leading to holistic disaster management solutions. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dash, for your excellent presentation. And now I would like to request Dr. Nikunj Makna from Jawaharlal Nehru University for making his presentation.
थैंक यू देबासी सर। सबसे पहले तो मैं इस कार्यक्रम में बुलाने के लिए मैं मनोजीत दास सर और डीजी सेंजोस अशोक कुमार सर का आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और आप सबके सामने मैं अपने विचार व्यक्त करूंगा। आज ये जो टॉपिक है वो जॉइंटनेस इन डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स टॉपिक जो है, तो जॉइंटनेस की बात करते हैं तो जॉइंटनेस क्यों जरूरी है डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स में? तो जॉइंटनेस इसलिए जरूरी है क्योंकि अगर हम जॉइंट एफर्ट्स करेंगे तो हमारे एफर्ट्स की एफिशिएंसी, इफेक्टिवनेस एंड स्पीड बढ़ जाएगी। दूसरा यह है कि ऐसा करने से जो इफेक्ट्स लेके आता है तो वो जल्दी से हम उसको ओवरकम करने में हम सफल रहेंगे। अभी जॉइंट क्या आ सकती है, तो मेरे पहले भी जितने स्पीकर्स ने बोला उन्होंने बहुत अलग अलग सेगमेंट्स का उल्लेख किया है, जिक्र किया है कि अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर, अलग अलग ग्रुप, अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट, अलग अलग वल्नरेबल पॉपुलेशन वगैरह के सिनर्जिस्टिक इफेक्ट से ये जॉइंटनेस आएगी। दूसरा ये है कि जॉइंट एफर्ट्स अगर डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स के लिए हम करना चाहते हैं तो उसमें कंट्री एज वेल एज कम्युनिटीज का भी बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। तो ये जॉइंटनेस या तो जॉइंट एफर्ट लाना है उसके लिए हम तो सबसे पहले तो हमारे देश में एक जो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का जो फ्रेमवर्क है, एनडीएमए की लीडरशिप है, एसडीएमएज है, डीडीएमएज है, हमारे पास नेशनल एंड स्टेट इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर्स है, सब कुछ है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लगता है कि वो जो एक धागा है वो जो सबको बांध के रखता है, वो जो एक यूनिफॉर्मिटी ऑफ एक्शंस है, यूनिफॉर्मिटी जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं नहीं दिखती है। वो जो कोऑर्डिनेशन होता है वो कहीं ना कहीं लैकिंग होता है। यहाँ हम दिल्ली या बड़े शहरों में बैठ के हम इतना अच्छे से एटमॉस्फेयर मिलता है, हम डिस्कस करते हैं, लेकिन वो जो मेरा ग्रास रूट लेवल का जो डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्डर है वो कहीं ना कहीं वो निटिग्रिटीज को, वो स्किल्स को नहीं एक्वायर कर पाता। तो सबसे पहली जरूरत है यूनिफाइड कमांड एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन सिस्टम को स्ट्रेंथन करने की। दूसरा विषय है कि प्लानिंग और प्रिपरेशन की बात करती है। ये जो जितनी भी मैंने संस्थाएं बताई वो कहीं ना कहीं प्लानिंग करती है, प्रिपरेशन करती है। अगर प्लान की बात करें तो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट से लेके नेशनल पॉलिसी फॉर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट 2009 या नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान जो 15 में 19 में इम्प्रूव हुआ, वो सब है। लेकिन उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं जो है प्रॉब्लम मुझे लगता है जो वो ये है कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेवल पे काफी प्रॉब्लम है, उसको हमें सुधार करने की आवश्यकता है। जब हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेवल पे सुधार करेंगे तभी कहीं ना कहीं हम जॉइंटनेस की ओर आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स की बात करें, डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन की बात करें या डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की बात करें। इसके लिए इंटीग्रेटेड ट्रेनिंग एंड मॉक ड्रिल्स ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए भी हम प्लान कर सकते हैं। दूसरा, बहुत सारी एजेंसीज है एक्चुअली, क्या है कि सब कुछ डिजास्टर के लिए कुछ मिनिस्ट्री को नोडल मिनिस्ट्री बना दिया है। अब उससे कहीं ना कहीं जो अब हम अगर स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स की बात करें या एक यूनिफॉर्म प्रोटोकॉल की बात करें तो वो कहीं ना कहीं मिसिंग नजर आता है, तो उस पे भी हम लोग फोकस कर सकते हैं। मैंने थोड़ा डिटेल में मेंशन किया है, लेकिन समय की मर्यादा को ध्यान में रखते हुए मैं ब्रीफली बताऊंगा। दूसरा, आप सब मिलिट्री बैकग्राउंड से और आर्मी बैकग्राउंड से भी काफी विद्वान लोग हैं। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे देश में स्थिति ऐसी बन गई है कि कोई भी बड़ा डिजास्टर आता है तो जिला कलेक्टर या तो जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंसिडेंट कमांडर होता है, जनरली होता है इंसिडेंट कमांडर, और उनकी जो पूरी मशीनरी होती है वो भी कहीं ना कहीं वेट करती है कि कब एनडीआरएफ आएगी, कब आर्मी वाले आएंगे, कब मिलिट्री वाले आएंगे, और जो एक्चुअल में जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होगा, जो डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स हो गया, रेस्क्यू रिलीफ का वर्क होगा, वो कैसे होगा, तो उनका वेट करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा भी है कि जो स्किल्स हम मिलिट्री पर्सन या को देते हैं या टेक्निक्स जो सिखाते हैं, वो जो ट्रेनिंग कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जो उनका होता है, वो कहीं ना कहीं जो वो सिविलियन ऑफिसर है या तो जो ग्रास रूट लेवल के लोग हैं, उनमें कहीं ना कहीं मिसिंग होता है। तो इन दोनों के बीच में सिविल मिलिट्री कोऑपरेशन की आवश्यकता है, और खास करके जॉइंट ड्रिल्स मैंने जैसे बताया, जॉइंट टास्क फोर्स वगैरह बना के डिजास्टर प्रोन एरिया में काम किया जा सकता है। दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण पहलू ये हो सकता है कि जब हम कोई भी डिजास्टर आ जाता है तो रेस्क्यू रिलीफ एंड रिस्पॉन्ड की बात करते हैं, तो रियल टाइम कम्युनिकेशन एंड इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग के क्षेत्र में भी हमें काम करने की आवश्यकता है, और जिसमें नेशनल इमरजेंसी कम्युनिकेशन नेटवर्क्स या तो नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम जो अपना है, डेटा शेयरिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है वो, या तो जो नेशनल डिजास्टर अलर्ट प्रोटोकॉल जो सचेत अपना जो पोर्टल चल रहा है, वैसे जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स है उसको बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग करने की आवश्यकता है। टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन का भी एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है अगर हम जॉइंट एफर्ट्स को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना चाहते हैं, स्ट्रेंथन करना चाहते हैं। इसमें जीआईएस, ड्रोन, सैटेलाइट इमेजनरी वगैरह सब आ सकता है। दूसरा, रिसोर्स मोबिलाइजेशन एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स को भी इंप्रूव करने की आवश्यकता है। 1 मिनट। दूसरा, एकेडमिक फील्ड से मैं आता हूं, तो एकेडमिया की मैं बात करूं, जब हम जॉइंटनेस की बात करते हैं, जॉइंट डिजास्टर रिस्पांस की बात करते हैं, तो जॉइंट डिजास्टर रिस्पांस कहां से आएगा? हमें जॉइंट एबिलिटीज इन्फ्यूज करनी पड़ेगी। जॉइंट एबिलिटीज किसमें इन्फ्यूज करनी पड़ेगी? कि जो जॉइंट एक्शन करेंगे, जो हमारा जो स्टूडेंट है, जो विद्यार्थी है, जो कॉलेज या यूनिवर्सिटी में आता है, अगर वो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के फील्ड में आता है, जियोग्राफी बैकग्राउंड से आता है, तो उसको पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, हेल्थ भी पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, उसको लॉ भी पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, उसको सोशल साइंस पर्सपेक्टिव से भी अवगत कराना पड़ेगा, तभी वो जॉइंटनेस इन एक्शन वगैरह आएगा। और हमने डिजास्टर रिसर्च, जेएनयू ने एक सेंटर खोला है, सेंटर फॉर डिजास्टर रिसर्च, वो अपने आप में ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी सेंटर है। और भारती मैम ने बताया कि बहुत बार एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन में ऐसा देखा जाता है कि प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज नहीं होता, लेकिन हमने डीएड वगैरह के साथ बेसिक लाइफ सपोर्ट, सीपीआर वगैरह की ट्रेनिंग अरेंज करके उनको एस्टैब्लिश किया। और लास्ट में मैं मेरी बात खत्म करूंगा, हमें 5C स्ट्रेटेजी पे काम करना चाहिए जॉइंटनेस के लिए। 5C कौन कौन से हो सकते हैं? 1 इज कनेक्शंस, सेकंड इज कोलैबोरेशंस, थर्ड वन इज कोऑपरेशन, कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड कोरिलेशन। अगर हम ये 5C स्ट्रेटेजी पे काम करेंगे तो निश्चित तौर पे हम जॉइंटनेस इन डिजास्टर रिस्पांस को अचीव कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Dr. Nikunj. And now I would like to request ma'am, Miss Mona Lisa Tase from Nagaland University for deliberation.
Okay, am I audible? All right. First of all, I want to thank CENJOWS and the Major General Dr. Ashok Kumar for giving me this opportunity. And I will take only 5 minutes, Mr. Chairperson, because I would like to know from all of you, we have experts from all departments. We have the Navy, the Armed Forces, and we have academicians, experts, journalists. We have a host of experts in our meets. And I am Mona Lisa, coming from a tribal belt in Northeast. And I'm so privileged to be one among you. And definitely I'm here in an august body to get so much from you actually. And therefore, in my final presentation, perhaps today in the last part, in the last session, I'll be sharing a little about my place, my region, and how we respond to disaster. That will be later session. But for now, we were talking about joint response. I have only one point that I want to share. And in fact, Dr. Nikunj have touched almost all. And Dr. Nikunj, I have nothing to share. You have shared everything, but I guess I will touch one thing. I'm sure you have also touched that, and this is also equally a big concern. We talk about joint effort. We have so much of expertise in terms of practical theory. In our country, we are so fortunate to have that, both center and state level. But the bigger question, as you have put forward, and the same question I also have is, how do we collaborate? How do we ensure this collaborate? We will finish our meeting on the 10th of December, that is tomorrow in the evening. What is next? By the way, you won't be able to reach me. I don't have roads. I come from a place where there is no road. We have internet, which is very erratic. How are you going to reach me? I have a fire hazard. How are you going to reach me? How am I going to give that frantic call? How am I going to use that call, the toll call for seeking help from the experts? How am I going to reach you? So how are we going to collaborate? If I'm saying this, let this be the voice of people from places where they are not well connected. This will be the little share that I want to share with you. And therefore, the few things that I would like to share is from my contextual perspective is speed, expertise, viable messaging windows. We're talking about in India, I think, Odisha, you have just nicely shared. Thank you for that. We have, I think, one of the best disaster prepared state, I guess. And you use, I think you are using what you call the social media extensively, but the same window cannot be used effectively in a place that I come from. Therefore, the first thing that I would like to emphasize is that we are talking about collaborative. Maybe I will disagree a little bit in one point. I don't know whether I have got it correctly. You correct me if I'm wrong. And that is how to execute unified command and coordination. Excellent. But I'm afraid whether that will be applicable from the place that I come from. So I would like to, if I'm allowed, maybe I would like to put it this way, as far as joint effort is concerned, and that is, let it be contextual, region specific of preparedness as one of the, what do you call, and a joint effort towards this disaster preparedness and management, I guess. So that will be just one point that I would like to say. An example again, I come from an educational institution. We do have scouts, we do have guides, we do have NCC, but actually, again, on contrary to most of your presentations, they are not the fastest, what do you call, experts or youths that come for rescue. It is just the common people, the son of the soil. They are the one without any protections. They are the best rescuers ever, the tribals. So thank you so much. This is my presentation. I would like to give.
Thank you, ma'am, for your brief but very effective presentation. Now, I would like to this panel, Mr. Shantanu Bansal, Indian Aerospace Defense News.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's not more no, to get your attention here. So, thank you, CENJOWS, for getting me here. DG CENJOWS, thank you very much. Dr. Monojit, and all the panelists here. So, more than a decade of various engagement and coverage of national crisis at almost all levels, I have come to a conclusion with my experience and analysis that in the end, there is no difference between a war front and a disaster relief operation. It is indeed a matter of fact that in the end, the war front resembles the situation of a disaster front, and only a few experience can define it. In recent years, the distinction between a war front and disaster relief operations have become increasingly blurred. Therefore, I believe the recent military technologies, especially in the realm of C4ISR, have created a window of opportunity to ensure jointness in the forces at all levels. At the first point of contact post-disaster, the activation of airborne intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance in the shortest possible time is important given the 72 hours golden period. The ISR assets are common to all services and are also the key to multi-domain awareness. Similarly, communication relays need to be established beforehand, given the disaster must have also affected the comms in the area of responsibility. Followed by force intervention to quick provide relief, evacuation, humanitarian assistance. All these situations call for joint teaming, execution, and employment of resources in a shared manner to enhance operational synergies and execution. Here, jointness may not require a trickle-down approach, but it itself comes as a natural medium to ensure the effectiveness of operations. We must ensure that the idea of integrated battle groups must also come into play in disaster management operations, which have been successfully wargamed and validated multiple times. Furthermore, taking the lessons from the studies in the hybrid form of warfare in a multi-domain environment, we cannot overlook to establish robust points of communication with the locals, as experience shows, relying on civil society, local organizations who generally seem to be highly motivated and have excellent knowledge on the ground should be taken into consideration by the disaster management grid. Local data centers, knowledge centers can be established to ensure effective HDR operations. Local data centers established with the help of state apparatus can give an edge to joint disaster relief operations. It is important to ensure the effectiveness of joint response to consider the role of civil IT personnel in times of need, which can help to establish the backbone of data and transmission and support. For establishing immediate communications, launch on demand of pseudo satellites can be considered, which can boost joint operations capabilities in the backdrop of extreme situations. Such satellites must take up for our strategic reservoirs, which can be launched on demand. With the increasing varieties of C4ISR technologies and the upgradation of the civil IT infrastructure, I believe that given the information age, the collection of data that where, when, and how disaster is caused, is its intensity, and the number of resources need to be mobilized has not remained a matter of concern, but the synthesis of data, analysis, and execution of command considering various tangible and intangible factors comes into play, for which the forces must develop, acquire decision support softwares, re-establish data security training regimes, psychoanalysis tests, and practices must pave its way in higher command courses. It can also help to break away the cognitive biases and vulnerabilities that can be exploited by algorithms and automated bots. Such institutional interventions can go in a long way in ensuring robust standards of joint decision-making and refining reflex action of officers in command. I strongly believe there is need to refocus on NBRC exercises and introduce joint NBRC training at all levels. Civil society needs to be actively involved in setting up the standards of operations and living in a CBR environment. Experience do matter. The lack of civil defense system is also a reason for dependence on armed forces in time of calamity. Disasters like nuclear accidents require special equipment and training. In an all hazard environment, individuals and institutions will make different decisions. Therefore, tailoring whole of government exercises for practicing NBRC environment from time to time, while also engaging members of communities as partner in emergency planning is critical for developing collective actions and solution in NBRC environment. Disaster management and war fighting efforts of the nation should be addressed separately. That India faces natural disasters all the year, war fighting can go up to months, if not years. For example, the Russia-Ukraine war. As Indian armed forces are engaged in internal security issues like the insurgencies affected areas, but also face continued threat of external aggression from its neighbors. The Disaster Management Act of 2005 has not reduced the dependence on the armed forces for disaster relief and HADR operations. An armed forces-centric approach to disaster management will not be enough to meet the challenges posed by a catastrophic incident that combines external aggressions and disaster simultaneously.
Mr. Bansal, please finish within another 1 or 2 minutes.
2 points to make. That is why to establish defense threat reduction ability of the nation as a whole needs to be operationalized at apex level. Around half of the world natural disasters occur in the Indian Ocean region. World's most severe tropical cyclones are generated in the northern part of the IOR near Andaman Sea. The IOR itself been called as World Hazard Belt, hence our ability to execute joint disaster relief operation must make a mark of military superiority in the Indian Ocean region. Lastly, I believe that there is need for a joint disaster relief doctrine, as unlike the well-developed traditional warfighting doctrines, HADR missions have been largely underdeveloped from Dr. Reinel's standpoint. I rest my speech here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shantanu Bansal. With these 6 speakers, we floor is open for further queries, questions, or any commentary on the speeches made by the speakers, and we can spend for 5 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Indo-Bangladesh and Indo-Pakistan border. My question is similar to Mona Lisa ma'am. Like there are few states in India, I'll quote Gujarat, Rajasthan, and few northeastern states, where BSF is the only force which is deployed in border, and till say hundreds of kilometers there are no other forces. Now, is there any strategy or plan for a jointness, cohesiveness, like other all the adjective which has been used in plan for any disaster, to mitigate any disaster? Like say for example, if CBR and emergency happens in border, we are the by default first responders for those emergencies. So is there any plan for Government of India to react or to manage those disasters in border?
Anyone from the panelists?
CBR so CBR environment itself a complex environment, which of course requires. Yeah, of course. I mentioned about it that dependence on armed forces is quite high. Even by NDMA Act has not been able to suffice the need to alter the civil defense system to execute missions on time. So it's a developing story, and in future I will see that there is some development in that area.
Basically, it's a very complex thing.
उनको train करके.
I'll give example from the past, sir. 8 civil authority normal case scenario. I'll tell you first. In 2001 and 2, there was Ahmedabad. There were riots also. Next year there was earthquake also. You were deployed all along the area where what you are referring to. So that time we were also there with you, but we had to immediately rush back to the place where it was required. So whenever any demand comes, ki riots is there or something is there, we move from one place to other. That time I was a lieutenant. I was not dealing into this subject, However, I moved on ground. This is how it is done. However, in CBRN, that is there. Now, in case you see something happens on that border tomorrow, and there is a requirement of aid to civil authority, help to the civil administration. Say, I have got some forces in Ahmedabad, I have got some forces in Jodhpur. So whenever a requisition is raised, we immediately rush those forces to that area. However, CBRN we have got certain faculties at some places where they are trained, otherwise our 100% strength is not trained in CBRN. Like equipment is under procurement, even energy is procuring equipment. Everyone is doing their bit based on whatever government has laid down policy on.
Like recently, DRDO, they are planning to go to the borders for imparting training. They have planned some like training program.
और
सर किया था ये सेंट्रल डिस्कशंस होते लास्ट ईयर पे इक्विपमेंट लिखना था कई जगह
एक बात यह है कि इग्नू सर के बात में चाहूंगा इग्नू और डीआरडी जॉइंटली कोर्स चलाते हैं जीसीएमडीएम पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट इन मेडिकल मैनेजमेंट सीबीआरएन डिजास्टर वो स्पेसिफिकली सीबीआरएन डिजास्टर के लिए है और मैंने उसकी प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग ली है तो उसमें काफी अच्छे से वो लोग जो उस बैकग्राउंड से नहीं होते उसको भी पूरा ठीक से समझाते हैं हाँ धीरे धीरे चल रहा है सर
But I think, there is a requirement to understand that the entire country cannot be trained in all kind of possible, contingencies which have to be responded. No, that is practically neither desirable nor possible. So I think as we evolve, there is a need to assess region-wise what are the likely contingencies which can come. And let's say in case of CBRN, some kind of the intelligence gathering, from far off places, and then the people who can respond, them getting moved and pre-positioned, those kind of effort has to be done. But I think nowhere in the world it has been done, and practically it is not desirable also. Like let's say, suppose if there are 15 major areas of disaster management. Now entire BSF or entire army, we cannot be training on anything and everything. That is not possible because firstly, your core responsibility is something else. You yourself brought out that you cannot leave the border and come back. So I think a networked and joint effort will be required to be undertaken to ensure how do we mitigate. And in case we take preventive measures in larger scale in terms of developing the requisite infrastructure and those kind of capacities, manage the global warming and have adequate number of the, let's say, hospitals and shelters and the better kind of infrastructure. In fact, I am of the strong belief that if you see on the eastern coast and western coast, in eastern coast is relatively more susceptible, but western coast is also getting a lot of cyclones. So if let's say, and if you do the statistical data of the 50 kilometer from the coast, that is the area which is damaged in a big way. So I don't find any reason why you should have this standing pole for your electricity transmission. Everything should be underground. So if you see the pattern of damages, you can adopt a different kind of infrastructure and methodology by which you can reduce the impact substantially. So I think we have to prioritize the areas. Let's say suppose even in BSF you feel that in a particular area CBRN threat is likely to be more. So in a particular sector or in a stage of let's say 150 kilometer, whatever resources are deployed, in a central portion you can create some nucleus which can get trained. You can put some central equipment also there, which on necessity can be mobilized and be used. And today we have the better movement systems in terms of the aerial resources and elsewhere. So I think that kind of approach has to be adopted rather than everybody getting trained for everything and anything.
There is.
Maybe that's my, I mean, that is how
Sir,
personally I
my
look at it.
some jointness for the borders also.
100%. There's just no doubt. In fact, despite we may be challenging and championing, there are a lot of areas where there is a disconnect, and most of that doesn't require any money, many funds in this thing. It's just that the common nationalistic approach is needed. At least today we are sitting in the same conference hall. We are talking about it, but I think as we go ahead, we have to have much more. What we are doing today, we should have done 50 years back. So we have to cover a lot of ground to ensure that we create an India what we really aspire to give it to our next generation.
Okay, thank you, sir. No, now time to announce to close this session because we are running out of time. So thank you to all of my co-panelists, and I would like to thanks to all of the active participants who raised their arguments based on the delivered lectures. Now I would like to spend 1 minute to address all of the speakers. And first panelist, Ms. Swapnil Saxena, talked about the climate change and how the disaster management can be effective through, through a new model, model of climate disasters and how to protect and how to protect our nation. The second speaker, Dr. T. Suresh Kumar, also explained how Odisha government is doing well, and Odisha model can be a very good example for all of the states of India, and the coordination between the government and the local people, and how the collaboration among the academia can be successfully conducted, and how the local people can be part of this management. Thank you, Dr. T. Suresh, for a nice presentation. Third to address the disasters and post-disasters situation. And fifth speaker was Ms. Mona Lisa Tase from Nagaland University. Ma'am also explained from his own experience how Nagaland is facing tremendous problem and what are the basic challenges before Nagaland, and how to, and really it is very difficult to execute post-disaster management in Nagaland. And the last speaker was not least, the speaker was Mr. Shantanu Bansal, and he also mentioned some pertinent points, effectiveness of joint efforts to address the crisis, and satellites, civil. He also talked about civil IT infrastructure and how IT sector can be very effective to make the smooth messaging to the people, and how government can alert to the people before and after disaster. So once again, I am thankful to all of the panelists for their nice presentation. I think it will be helpful for policy making process for the government of India as well. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for this thought-provoking session. May I now request Dr. Nandi to honor the distinguished panelists. So please come forward for a group photograph as well. Ms. Sarah Kumar, Ms. Monalisa Tase, Dr. Nikunj Makwana, Mr. Shan Bansal, Mr. May I also request DG CENJOWS to honor the chairperson, please?
नहीं उधर है पॉइंट अच्छा नीचे पीछे चार्जर भी है हाँ तो
So I would also like to invite Dr. Uday Pratap Singh, a co-editor with Dr. Bharti Das, to present their book, Russia-Ukraine War, Strategic Conundrum, to DG CENJOWS. With this, we come to the end of session 3. We will now have a short tea break before we reassemble at 15:40 for the next session. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated for the next session. With session 4, the theme is integration of IGOs, NGOs, and media in disaster preparedness. For this session, I have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Rekha Sehgal as the chairperson. The chairperson and the panelists. Ms. Rekha Sehgal is a dynamic news anchor with Vion. She has a postgraduate diploma in broadcast journalism from the Asian College of Journalism and a bachelor's degree from Delhi University. Her work includes interviews with prominent personalities like Andrew Whitehead, the senior BBC journalist, and Sam Daniel Stalin, the bureau chief of NDTV at Chennai, with impactful projects like a documentary on Tamil Nadu's tribal communities. She has been recognized in the 30 Under 30 Young Indians Transforming the World's Largest Elections in 2024 by the Young India Foundation. Dr. Saurabh Dalal is a national professional officer with the World Health Organization Country Office for India, specializing in emergency preparedness, disaster risk reduction, and public health emergency management. With extensive experience in roles at NDMA and NIDM, Dr. Saurabh has been a visiting faculty at CME Pune, AFNBC, and INS, as well as has been instrumental in drafting CBRNE capacity framework for India. He also serves as India's representative on the International Medical Commission of FIM and as CMO for Formula One India and MotoGP Bharat. Ms. Michelle Mohan is a climate researcher and analyst with a strong focus on climate adaptation, disaster governance, risk reduction, and resilience. Her work in Sphere India has significant to the collective understanding and dissemination of innovative strategies and practices in disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. Mr. Shantanu Bansal is a Delhi-based strategic analyst and founder of Indian Aerospace Defense News. With over 10 years of experience in defense research and analysis, a senior consultant to Tata Shinda and Helicopter Training School, Hyderabad. He writes for various defense journals and think tanks on Indian Armed Forces modernization, national security threats, modern weaponry, and sub-conventional conflicts. He was also a part of India's first space warfare tabletop exercise conducted under the aegis of CENJOWS 2023. He has authored a book on the Indian Army titled 75 Indian Stratagems and another one on Indian Air Force titled 60 Years of Chetak. Dr. Nikunj Makwana is a medical doctor, public health professional, and assistant professor at the Special Center for Disaster Research of JNU. Prior to this assignment, he has served as medical officer for the government of Gujarat and a consultant at the National Health System Resource Center, New Delhi, where his focus was on public health and disaster management. He has contributed to national policy and programs, including serving on expert committees for UGC syllabus development and MOOCs for the SWAYAM platform on disaster risk reduction. Ms. Mona Lisa Tase is an assistant professor at Nagaland University, specializing in contemporary political theory, comparative politics, and the political dynamics of Northeast India. With over 2 decades of teaching experience, she has actively contributed to academic discourse through research, conferences, and skill development initiatives, and is currently pursuing her PhD. I now hand over to the chairperson to take the discussion forward.
Thank you. Well, Raisha, before you start the proceedings, I would make a humble request to you. Don't be a stickler for the timing. People have come with a lot of knowledge, lot of effort has been gone into. Only thing, the speakers are requested not to be verbose and prolonging the content. But if you have value content, time should not be an issue, because we are investing and we are conducting this seminar just not only the tick model. We want to derive some benefit for some kind of input which we can share with the stakeholders. All yours now.
Right. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me extend a very warm welcome. I know this is the last session for today's conference, but please bear with us. I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. In the course of 90 minutes or so, we will delve into the need of integration of intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, and media in disaster preparedness. Now, we do know that all these three factors, these actors alone, they contribute majorly. That's the IGOs, NGOs, and media. But today we will be discussing on how, if all these three actors come together, they can perhaps significantly enhance and ensure that a comprehensive and coordinated response is available when a disaster or an unforeseen incident takes place. Now, before we go ahead, I will take a minute and explain the role of each of these actors here. Now, IGOs, as we all know, these are the intergovernmental organizations like the UN, World Health Organizations, and the Red Cross. They help in policy development, funding, resource training, and capacity building. Meanwhile, NGOs are the ones who work at the grassroots levels, and the roles entails training programs, emergency response, and resource mobilization. Now, the role of media here, I'm a news anchor myself, so I would be better positioned to perhaps outline the role of media when it comes to disaster management. Now, media plays a crucial link in disaster management. It perhaps bridges the gap between the affected organizations and policy makers. Now, we all have heard of this famous phrase that goes, that right information at the right time, and that is extremely paramount, extremely important when a disaster hits. So when an unwanted disaster occurs, there's a lot of chaos that unfolds. We saw recently with Cyclone CENJOWS as well, there's misinformation circulating, panic, chaos, and on top of all, there's perhaps lack of information that we see. In such a scenario, people, the common people, they need information before the disaster strikes and also in the aftermath, that is data on casualties, damage, current situation, and on-ground situation as well. Just to take the example of Cyclone CENJOWS forward, now various news channels, including mine as well, we were flashing real-time data and information of Cyclone CENJOWS whereabouts and status. There were also helpline numbers being flashed on the screens. So in such a scenario, we do see that media perhaps tries to give out real-time data to people who are in need and who are stuck in that situation. Another example is of Cyclone Fani, which hit Odisha in 2019. Now, during that period, media played a multifaceted role in saving lives and reducing the impact of Storm Fani. We've also seen, you must have seen on your TV channels that there are journalists and anchors who are present at the spot on ground zero, giving you information regarding the disaster. So those were my 2 cents on media's role in disaster management. But of course, the focus today is how the response to any disaster can only be amplified if all these 3 actors, which are the IGOs, the NGOs, and media, come together, join hands together, and amplify their response. And to discuss this moving forward, we have a power-packed panelist here with us. I would now request Dr. Saurabh Dalal to open this session with his insights on the topic.
Thank you, Raisha. Thank you, CENJOWS, for this particular conference on synergies in India's disaster management. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with 2 very crucial examples. Everyone here present knows a communication or a message, 2 बूंद जिंदगी के, 4 हफ्ते के ज्यादा की खांसी टीबी हो सकती है, right? 2 हो गए. Thing is, this kind of messaging is penetrated to the mass at a very, very low level in their psychology, behavioral aspects as well. For disasters, when we say this is not very popular, drop cover and hold on for an earthquake, and another 85% of the population doesn't even know how to operate a fire extinguisher. It's causing a lot of, and while we see sectoral progressions in disaster management by states and districts, making up their disaster management plans, strategies, conducting regular mock exercises, and thematic mock exercises being conducted at institutional levels across the country. We have seen quite a lot of progression in the area of school safety, hospital safety, a little bit less. And but the larger aspect of which is missing is civilian safety and dependence on forces or even NDRF. In fact, in my past experience while working within NDMA, I have been one of the major critic of expansion of NDRF. Ideally, it should be India should definitely have by like 2047 an exit plan for NDRF. The reason is we are not targeting on building a long-term capacity building of our citizens and civilians and not making them resilient at all. Core issues are being addressed, but also unfortunately dismantling of the mechanisms because of convenient measures is happening at a lot of places. We are advocating that the flow of information from a district to the state should happen from an emergency operations center at a DEOC to an SEOC. But unfortunately, whom does the SEOC reports to? There is no NEOC. I'm very proud to be one of the first generation core disaster risk management professionals in the country, and having worked with the National Institute of Disaster Management and the National Disaster Management Authority, I have seen this subject growing like anything, and it has attained around a good growth in which around more than 56 countries around the world are replicating the best practices and policies that are made in India. And we have many first at our name. But the thing is, the translational practices of those are also not very fast. India made one of the first disaster management plan for the National Disaster Management Plan for the country in lines with the Sendai framework. However, institutionalization of that has not occurred. One of the major challenges that country is facing is chemical industrial disasters, accidents that are happening in the chemical domain overall. Currently, there is no ministry that is holding itself responsible and is willing to oversee the operations, whether it is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Chemicals, or Directorate of Factory Services. And there are a lot of gray areas that are a gap has to be filled in a lot of areas, and that is very frank opinion from the NGO sector, from the INGO sector, from the UN agencies, and the media can play a very literally synergistic role in bridging those gaps and addressing it. We don't want to copy. India has one of its very good standard. I really like it and appreciate it. India should go in an innovative way of developing its own disaster management practices. But having said that, not without testing those strategies, announcing it at a global level that our strategies are the best is probably a too early a phase. We learn from a lot from the COVID pandemic. It a tool and mechanism. Fortunately, I was the one who responsibility to work on the initial protocols and strategies to wear a mask and to impose a lockdown. And we had certain tools like the enforcement of the National Disaster Management Plan and the bringing in action the Disaster Management Act to compulsory mandate the public to wear a mask and to follow the strict lockdown procedures. However, our institution itself and one of my closest partner that I work with is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Despite being at the lead role of the pandemic, is the only ministry that does not have a disaster management plan till now, having ruled and override the entire wave of pandemic and its three phases, subsequent responses, so much of funding grown in the health sector as well. Still, this kind of things and preparedness at facility level. Every month, invariably, you see there are accidents happening in our hospitals. We are losing precious lives every now and then. And coming from very true insights, we hosted last year G20 in the country. Our system was not prepared to host 20 presidents of the world. We had to finally outsource the CBR and preparedness to the armed forces. And Delhi, being the capital, is not ready, and they cannot set up decontamination centers at their hospitals. And when army has to come and do the triage and refer the patients from the venues and do the mock drills, that means forces are doing their work, But in the civilian sector, we are expecting too much without investing too little into the training and capacity building program focused on several cadres that we work. One of the major links that I have seen in past 10 years of disaster response is the failure of anyone who is from an administration, from a non-force background, especially in terms of communication. Whether you put a district project officer of a disaster management and or a doctor as a helm of all personnel into the emergency operation centers or the IMS, and when they have to communicate over wireless communication, they don't have any training. That is where in Kumbh Mela it was a failure. In many other events, it was a failure, and we expect them to respond at the right time without, instilling them discipline and force in and training in particular sense. I think that is where organizations like us comes into play, where we have a fresh observation of what has not worked when we were in those capacities, and probably what we can do now in terms of how to take India forward. Fortunately, some of the initiatives are going in the right direction. That in lines of NDRF, India has recently registered with the World Health Organization to develop global emergency medical teams. And all these specific, dedicated, trained, and capacitated medical teams that do not have interdependence on even logistics and operation support will be functioning on their own as their independent units, is what we need in future responses as well. There are a lot of other lessons that India needs to learn from other countries. Why countries like Australia, US, Russia? Of course, Russia is an exception, but many other European countries who are quite richer nations are not having a disaster response force. They are investing primarily into making their citizens quite strong and quite responsive. 2 years ago, there was a mock drill that happened in Moscow, which was participated by more than 2 million civilians at once. It happened simultaneously in 200 locations at different parts of the city, including the new Moscow, old Moscow, the army, defense, as well as their disaster response mechanism. However, around 4 or 5 years ago, when we conducted a mock drill in Delhi Metro, the next day the news was that Delhi Metro pe hamle ka khatra. Isiliye hui, and then in the small line it was written isiliye hui mock drill. Similarly, so that kind of sensitization is missing in our domains. However, I see the future as a bright spot if we correct our mistakes at the right time. This is the right time where this particular sector has immense amount of funding. Unfortunate part is states don't know how to spend those funds. The National Disaster Mitigation Fund is one of the largest resources that we have in this country allotted to states. Unfortunately, at the national level, we do not have enough proposals. And the government of India and the National Disaster Management Authority has given a 10 crore open funding for capacity building and response to the states without the authorities. But unfortunately, there are extremely few proposals that are even reaching in this particular direction. It has guidance documents, it has keywords on which the proposals can be framed and formulated. However, the money, most of the time, around 70 to 80% remains unspent every year and a year after that. So I think further, we will elaborate on how every particular sector, whether it is health, whether it is education. In education, I would like to highlight one of the I had an opportunity to with the Honorable Prime Minister of India a project called FAST. It was first aid for students and teachers, where everyone can be trained in Red Cross for first aid. And if we want our future to be resilient, some strong steps has to be in those directions. The Prime Minister wanted a project that includes first aid and pre-hospital care capacity building for students from standard 8 to standard 12. And he has endorsed this project, and now it's a part of education policy. From standard 8 to 10th, 8, 10th, 9th, and 10th, first aid will be taught in the schools as a pre-hospital care module in which there is no additional skill set added, while a lot of 51 different skill set would be taught to students in the standard 11th and 12th. So these frameworks are coming up. It's an essential part of the teachers training now, wherever they are getting their basic education degrees as teachers. I think this kind of long-term capacity building, and the government is ready to pay for training of teachers both in private as well as the government schools. From this year onwards, the training starts rolling out at central government schools and institutions of which run the major schools in the country, and it's also approved by the in terms of capacity building in CBRNE sector. I would like to take this last point very specifically. There was a lot of confusion between the forces domain, the terrorism domain, and the civilian CBRN capacity building strategies. Now, all of us are here are learned experts, and we know that we can't immediately make every citizen aware about CBRNE. However, in a diluted form to civilians in physics, chemistry, and biology, somehow NDRF has been given a mandate to make the situation like diffused and train the citizens for CBRNE in a very basic forms, while the institution of national importance as well as primary responders at the city and the state level as well as central government agencies are mandated to have a CBRN's response plan as well. In terms of funding, what armed forces will be dealing with when the CBRN domain is highlighted, as well as what will be the role of NDRF through its 56 emergency operations centers across the country and CBRN response facilities in collaboration with organizations, DRC, AERB, and DRDO. So I think that kind of framework is also very clear in this country. And when I compare it, my last week experience when I was supporting the government of Ukraine, they and the modules that we have, the training program and the schedule that we have made, they are just in process of starting it. And we are about to reach it. So I think we are quite ahead of time. We can build on this momentum. And I think we have a very great future in terms of disaster risk management. I would not like to say we are at the level of readiness or resilience so far, but I think we should take a step back and, rather than giving us a 5-star, starting with a 3-star approach and then gradually earning those 2 remaining badges would be a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dalal, for that very elaborative speech. I would now request Ms. Mona Lisa Tase to share her thoughts with us, of course, with a special focus on disaster management in Nagaland and the practices which are rooted in the ancestral knowledge of Naga communities.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's once again a great pleasure to be among all of you. And first of all, I think I will have to reintroduce myself. I am going to stand this afternoon to present this paper and representing 2 different types of individual. First of all, I represent the people, the tribals from Northeast. I'm very proud to be a part of it. And secondly, as a victim of disaster, myself. So I represent the victim of disaster and the tribal of Northeast. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Maybe if you want, I can come to that towards the end of my presentation, how I became a victim of disaster. Maybe let me put that only in the end. So I will be, it's for the scientific community, this may be everything, but I would like to share about some of the practices in my society, especially among the tribals in Northeast, and about how they are closely associated with nature and environment, and how they could able to read the behaviors of nature and how they could able to prepare themselves from disaster and how to manage themselves the aftermath of any form of disaster. So I would like to share that they have a strong, normally the tribals in the hills, they have very strong links, relationship with territories, with their natural resources and their ecosystems. And they also have a very distinct language, socio-economic and political culture, which also relate as a knowledge system among the tribals. And communities traditional knowledge system have been, how do I do away with that? Yeah, so passed over generations to adapt to environmental challenges. So how do they pass on this knowledge in order to adapt to the challenges of environment? We are familiar with some of them, and I may like to put maybe some here. So or the oral folklores, the festivals, we just have the festival ongoing, it's yet to be concluded. Most of us, we know the Hornbill as a point of tourist arrival and coming to witness our dances and our music. And we also know that it's a kind of communities coming together and showcasing their traditional outfit, their food, the indigenous foods, their music and their dances. But I would like to say this, which in fact I'm yet to come across in the media, is that the main purpose behind this Hornbill is that we tribals, we have our own internal feuds. We have some kind of feuds, maybe for different reasons. One tribe against another, maybe one clan against another. But this time, when they come together into a festival called like Hornbill, they forget everything. They hold hands together. And that's a time for reconciliation among their differences. So it is the bigger picture of the festival is a time of unity among the differences in the clans and the tribal zones. So that's one thing. And the indigenous, we have the indigenous mekhalas, the sarongs, and the ornaments. Actually, each motif that we see in the ornaments of the tribals, there is a story behind that. So when we wear our indigenous sarong or a sash, we are walking around with the story of the tribals. And it is only if you know most of it. I'm in an endeavor to learn some of it. So when we are within this, we have a story that we are carrying along with that. So that's how we transmit and during the time of the ancestors, this is how knowledge has been passed on to the next generation. We have more room, that's a learn, that's another way of version called the educational institution. We have the folk music, and then so this is how we pass on their knowledge system. Now, back straight to the point of disaster. Like during times, traditional times, there are different types of system that our ancestors used as a sign of early warning system. The first one is, I have given some explain in the end, but then I'll just explain this way. So the first one is audible vibration of sand. Maybe I would like some of you to correct me this later, but this is how I put it. That is like, tribals are known to be hunters. We Nagas, especially in hill areas. So when the hunters, they go for hunting, and if they decide to sleep overnight in the forest, and if they're sleeping, and sometime when they are sleeping, when they hear the sound of a sand below the place where they're sleeping, and if that sound of the sand is like a dripping vibration of sand, as if the sand is dropping into a vacuum or into an empty hole. If they hear that when hunter sleeps in the forest overnight, then that's one very important message of they interpret that sound as a sign of early rain, or most accurate is earthquake and landslides. So they go back, the hunters will go back to the village and they will inform the villagers that we are going to have an earthquake. And it does. The second one is aquatic fauna. Here, I would like to only use two aquatic faunas, that is the crab, for example. So if the crab move towards the river, when the river flows, and if the crab moves along with the river downwards, then it's going to be a bad day. It's going to be a rainy day. But if the crab moves along the upward, the opposite direction of the river, then it's going to be a sunny day. It seems, according to this folklore, actually it's not a folk, it's a real story. By the way, these are information I've just collected for this seminar. And they said that these crab, it seems they are more informative about the movement of Earth than the human mind. And so they look at the movement of these aquatic fish and faunas. I'm just giving one example. I will not go further. There are some other fishes. Next is the plant pesticidal. Actually, this is a plant used for, it's a poisonous plant that you get in different varieties in the hill areas. People use this to kill the fish. So we it as a pesticidal plant. And you must have heard about community fishing among the tribals in Northeast. One of the activity of this fishing is they use this pesticidal plant. Pesticidal plants are those plants that are used for killing the fish sometime to reduce the overpopulation, because sometimes the fishes, they get overpopulated and some rare species of the fish get the sting. So in order to avoid that, the tribals, the ancient people, they use this plant to kill the overpopulated fish and protect the fish that is going to get extinct. So this is how they use these pesticidal plants. And this plants, also one of the advantages, it is degradable. It is organic. It is degradable. In other words, it is friendly to our environment. It is friendly to our river. It is friendly to our fishes. So that's another way I think we can use it as a sustainability, I guess. Next is domestic animals. You must have heard about, we all have domestic animals. If the dogs started to go and hide in a corner, if the dogs and the cats started to hide inside the bed or take a shelter towards the corner of any parts of the house, for them, the ancestors believe that that is a sign of disaster. It can be most likely an earthquake, because when there is a quake, things from up, they fall down and it will get, the animals, the domestic animals are aware of that. It will hurt them. So these domestic animals gives another sign of natural disaster. This is how those days, the ancestors, they read nature's behavior. Bamboo flowering, I guess I must have given something on this. Bamboo flower, they attract rodents, like especially rats and squirrels. So these squirrels and rats, they love the flower, bamboo flower. And when they eat this bamboo flower, the rodents increases their population. A disadvantage of this increased population of rodents is that they will eat the bacterials. And we also have to remember, I just didn't said this earlier, but the tribals in Northeast is about 70+% of agrarian farmers, agripreneurs and agri-farmers. We are into agriculture, I mean to say. So that means our paddies are a livelihood. Our rivers are livelihood, our forests are livelihood. That's our main focus. And therefore, what they do is that when they see the bamboo flowering, the villagers will give announcements. In the end, I have different way of communication. They will give announcement, please cut down the flowers, because that will attract the rats and the squirrels, and it will increase their population. And when their population get increases, then it will spoil our paddies. So this is how they protect the infested. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not sure whether I'm in sequence, but then these are some of the trees. The name of the tree is called Athrina. And when the farmers, by the way, ancient times, there is no time, there is no calendar, there is no technology. So how do they know the time for sowing the seeds? Again, I say the time of sowing the seeds is a very important calendar for farmers. This is one tree. When it starts blooming, they know that it is time to sow the seeds. The moon and thunder. When the moon is in its crescent position, ancestor reads that position as awaiting good and sunny day. When the moon repeats successive months, its first phase in the horizon in a tilted position, then that's a sign of nature's anger. So they alert the village communities that there will be Tira Tikre, that's a vernacular language. It is called typhoon. So farmers should start a quick harvest in order to avert destruction. In other words, if the moon is in a crescent position, then that's a good day. But the problem is if the moon repeats in a successive months, by the way, not 1 month, that in a position which is a little tilted, then that's for sure. By the way, this is still practiced even today. So there is going to be Tira-Tikre. Thunder. Thunder from North Pole and more rains. Thunder from South Pole, less rain. Ancestors will determine the types of seeds to plant based on more and less rain. So, how do they listen to the what do you call the thunder? That when they listen to the noise or the voice, ask everybody to keep quiet because the elders have to go and listen, whether it's coming from the north or from the south. So these are some signs of, yeah. So food preservation, in order to use it in times of emergency, these are some ways of doing it. Smoked air. The last one is, after that, it will be preserved in the baskets. And sustainable agriculture practices. This is practiced even till today. That is prevention of soil erosion and fertility. For this, the tribals in Nagaland, we are very particular about trees, identifying trees, which plant the tree. So these are some few examples of HAD plant. Elder is a very common tree used by farmers because it protects the erosion. It gives shades to the lower shrubs, and it is used mostly on the edges of the paddy field, especially in terrace cultivation. Lebag. For holok, I think this is a name that I don't know in English, so I have used holok. Maybe somebody can help me in English. So crown. By the way, this crown tree is used for, again, for the same purpose. Crown trees, it grows very fast. So for afforestation, I think we can go for crown trees. And another use that the tribals in Northeast use is the leaf of the crown tree is to be to fit to the pigs or the animals or any animal that eat grasses. So this is how, these are some common trees planted here. Social trust. I'm just using vegetable vendors. I don't know, some of you must be familiar with it. If you come to Nagaland in villages, the vegetable vendors, they don't have anybody on the roadside. They just have the vegetables on the road. There is nobody there to sell the veggies. They just have an empty box. They just have a box where you have to drop the money and get vegetables because each vegetable has a price tag. No human being. You just have to go pick up the veg, drop the money in the box and go. Okay, and if it is, there's no one even to give it a change, give the exact amount. Otherwise, whatever extra, just give it. Social trust, values of sharing in times of water scarcity. Collecting food grains and elders and widows is very common practice even today. And whenever there is a fire hazards or landslides, every possible assistance is given, especially by the common people. So, yeah. And communication in times of natural disaster. Log drum, we are all familiar with that. They play different sound transmit different messages. There's a place called Tehuba, that's a meeting place. Elders often sit there with their indigenous peer about the impending possible disaster, while the younger generation will sit and that is how knowledge has been transmitted. Outcome, now towards the end. The community engagement is one thing which is very important among the tribals in Nagaland. It is viable and relevant among all inhabitants, tribals, and hill area for that matter. So anything, the best way to connect with the tribals in Northeast and especially Nagaland is community, local practices. Best language to disseminate information and imbibe is to go through the way they understand, not the way we plan here or somewhere else. The best way to connect with the tribals in the rural areas, in the interior areas, is to communicate from their language. I'm not talking about the vernacular language. I'm talking about the style, their culture, how to understand their culture, their way of living, and connect with them from that perspective. That is the best way even to discuss about the guidelines and the policies of disaster preparedness and management. Yeah, I think this is more or less repeated. Youth engagement, I think I will share just 1 more minute on this. Like, I feel the youth are the strongest and the fastest in every society. We have to really leverage on the youth and to save, and the early part of the day, we were talking about plantation of trees. And I think just have to start right away. I think schools, me from an educational institution, I think I have to start myself first. By the way, I think I have to say this, I have started. My students will be going for Christmas holiday. And all of them, there are around 400 students, all of them are expected to plant alder trees in the, depending on all the trees. I don't know how to even search, but they have to search. They have to plant the trees and send a photo. We have a group, they have to send a photo. I don't have any more agenda beyond that. And they have to get a family member because they have to come back to the campus again. They have to get a family member to take care of the plants. They have to send a picture. The growth of the plant is the responsibility of the one who plant, and they are supposed to plant the tree. So it is already given. They're still in the university, but that's their job that I'm going to do follow up. Indigenous language of a pocketbook on do's and don'ts. I think that I would like to suggest from the tribal point of view. Most of us, we don't know how to read our national language. We don't know, especially English, not at all, not even close to it. Whereas majority of our people, we are among this that I'm part of. How about having that pocketbook of do's and don'ts in indigenous language? And then technology-related missions, exercise, awareness workshop, etc., can be re-examined in rural Northeast India, especially rural land, and explore possible options best suited to the region. Okay, so this can be, yeah, I want to thank the government of India. In fact, this is one area, vibrant village program, which is started by our Honorable Union Home Minister on the 10th of April 2023. And of course, 4G. 4G has been functional in most part of the rural village in Nagaland today. We are really grateful to the government of India for that. Thank you, the entire team of NDMA. And of course, in this central platform, I also want to thank the state SDMA too for their efforts. And collaboration of different expertise and stakeholder is key towards disaster preparedness and management. And just one word to conclude is region-specific guidelines or policies is desirable. Different region, different human resource risk appetite. I think that can be taken into consideration. With this, I conclude. But for you to take away, I have the last one. You can see that for yourself. That is the place I'm proudly a part of. Thank you so much. And maybe I can share about how I'm also another 30 seconds.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I was in my 9th standard. Actually, I was in my nursery when I was hit by a cyclone, me and my mom. We were covered with really luckily it was under construction building. And it seems it was a cyclone. I was too small to know that. But how would it, no one knows. But because I was crying, my mother, it seems she was already unconscious, but I was crying, scared and shouting. They rescued, they came in, they just used all this manually and they were able to rescue us. That was when I was in my nursery. In my 9th standard, I was a victim of flood and we were shifted to another place. I was not the only one. We were in my locality, so we were shifted to a place, I really don't know what is that, but then the first thing that really hit me is not whether I'm going to get a food or not. That was not in my mind. How am I going to give my exam? That was what it was in my mind when I was a victim of flood in my 9th standard. So that's how I could not even appear one of my second terminal those days. I could not appear because I was displaced, hardly nothing, but at least we have a shelter. One thing among the Naga culture is that we do have people who gives us food. And we do have family members, they come and give us food. So water receded, but we could never go back there for another 1 month or so because it was already infected. Unless it is disinfected, we cannot go back to our place again. So, but now that is not happening for the past many years. It has been taken care of. So I would like to, maybe in another time, we can discuss about the victims. So thank you so much for this time.
Share with your permission, for your information and information of everybody else, CENJOWS has got a very active website. You can log in for all kind of research and all articles are there. But I'm not communicating this for that purpose. You talked about the language. So on CENJOWS website, right top, you'll find a marker as Anuvadini AI. This is Government of India initiative, and with that, entire content can be translated in all the Indian languages, which are part of the central list, and also the number of the foreign languages. Just by a single click, the entire content can be changed so that people of the the particular region can also have access to this knowledge base just by information.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Major Ashok, for that. It's such an information. I'm going to check that. I'm going to use it also by the time I get back to my state.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tase, for sharing your anecdotes with us and giving us an in-depth presentation on how the Naga community passes on the early warning during any kind of natural disaster. Taking the discussion forward, I would now request Ms. Michelle Mohan to share her insights on and practices in disaster risk reduction and how perhaps the focus of the session, which is coming together of IGOs, NGOs, and media, can amplify the response. Ms. Mohan, over to you.
Thank you. Picking up from where our previous speaker also shared on the role of NGOs and how local communities are often the first responders who are there whenever a disaster strikes. I would like to share a bit more for those who are not familiar with the work that we do on Water Sphere India briefly. So can I have the presentation?
Can we please have the presentation for Ms. Mohan? The presentation starts.
So basically, Sphere India is a coalition of humanitarian organizations in India that work on disaster preparedness, risk reduction, and response. So we have currently at the moment around 165 member organizations, which include UN bodies, international NGOs, national NGOs, community-based organizations, civil society organizations, and also individual experts in various aspects related to humanitarian response and relief. And if just skim through some of these slides. So next slide. Should I come over there? This one works? Okay. I think it's a recorder. Okay. Okay, thank you. So this is just a map of our network at the moment. So on the left, you have the members, and also we work in a network model, right? So at the state levels, we have interagency groups, which are basically, as we mentioned, community-based organizations at the local levels are often the first responders who are already working with in various capacities with different communities across the country. So it's a smaller network of organizations in particular states, and in some states even at the district level that are that are a coalition that we are associated with. So anytime there's a disaster or there is a emergency alert or a situation that we need an update on, it's them that we often reach out to, the interagency groups and their conveners that we reach out to ensure that if there's any support required and how national organizations can support them. In terms of the role of NGOs, how we look at it is it's not often possible for the government to cover everything in a disaster situation. And the role of NGOs should be in addressing these gaps and challenges that are emerging in any disaster situation. If you can scroll down, please. So we are also part of various regional and global networks that ensure that we are updated on various practices on humanitarian networks and standards, and also climate community, disaster risk reduction community. Also share our learnings from various parts of India on what are best practices, what are lessons we have learned, and what can we learn from these networks on different practices that are being done across the globe. And with government associations, so our idea is that to supplement government coordination and action to direct action, of course, and also capacity building and advocacy through various departments at the national and state level. And we are associated with governments and work in partnership with various government departments. Strategic priorities that we focus on as a network. So one is accountability to affected and at-risk populations. Interagency coordination, which handles all the emergency coordination and response activities of our network. Knowledge and capacity sharing, as many of the previous panelists also mentioned, in terms of there are capacity gaps for local CSOs who are often working in a different capacity at the state, but can be capacitated to respond in any humanitarian or disaster situation. So we work on that in non-disaster times to ensure that these community organizations are also able to respond in a disaster. Collaborative advocacy with state and national departments and ministries to ensure that based on the lessons we have learned from the field, how can we strengthen policies, disaster risk reduction frameworks, and what innovative approaches can be suggested to government partners. And also linking various humanitarian development, disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and peace networks, so that there's collaboration and coordination among these various actors and stakeholders as well. I think as Dr. Saurabh also mentioned, sectoral focus areas. So we work through these communities of practice on these core sectors. So disaster management, as many mentioned, it's not a single area that will need focus on when there is a disaster. And we have various humanitarian organizations that are engaged in different diverse sectors and projects. So through this community of practice, we have expertise on health, wash, food and nutrition and livelihood, education, protection and shelter, as well as cross-cutting areas on urban DRR, climate, environment, gender, vulnerabilities, including age and persons with disabilities, animal welfare, humanitarian logistics, and also communication. So through these communities of practice, we can ensure that best practices and standards are ensured, and there's dignity in the humanitarian assistance that is provided by various organizations, and that even CXOs are aware of these standards that they have to maintain in the event of a disaster. This is the standard operating procedure for what we call a unified response strategy to ensure that there is no duplication of efforts. So whenever there's a disaster, often multiple organizations come forward with the same kind of support. And sometimes this leads to duplication of efforts. So the idea is that we can coordinate among these various organizations to ensure that the support that is provided is targeted, is contextual, and also relevant to that particular disaster. So just to take through the first few steps of this strategy, we can come back to it if we have time. So first is early warning and monitoring. So through the various government channels and media channels that share alerts related to disasters or just developing scenarios, we collate these and share it within our network and through alert reports. So this is before the disaster. And once there's a disaster, we do update subsequent situation reports is what we call it, and it's collated. And we conduct emergency preparedness meetings. For instance, if there's a cyclone or a depression developing in the Bay of Bengal, we ensure that the projected communities or states that are expected to be impacted, they are called for emergency preparedness meetings. All the interagency groups of those of that specific state or specific states and organizations, they come for emergency preparedness meetings and see what are the measures that have already been put in place, where they expect the most impact, and how can other organizations support them. And following the event of the disaster, situation reports are prepared, and it's the interagency committee of Sphere India, which comprises different organizations and experts who are called in the event of severe impact, who take the call on whether or not to go ahead with further support in terms of a joint rapid needs assessment, which includes post-disaster assessment undertaken by various humanitarian organizations to understand whether what is the impact at the sectoral level and what are the recommendations for support. And this is some updates from our emergency coordination and response.
Ms. Mohan, I would request you to wrap up in the next 2 to 3 minutes, please.
Sure. So the recent Wayanad experience, if we can take, it was the interagency group and our coordination with the District Disaster Management Authority, where we tried to plug in various humanitarian organizations with there was an outpouring of support. So there was a need to channelize the support to address the gaps, because there was a lot that the government was also doing to ensure that humanitarian organizations are not overwhelming with their support, and to ensure that specific needs in this situation that was coming up, that could be addressed by various CSRs that were coming forward or individuals. So we were there on the ground with the District Disaster Emergency Operations Center coordinating this response. And the same for Tripura floods this year. So I'll share the PPT also. And knowledge and capacity building, as I mentioned, in non-disaster times, where we conduct webinars, regular webinars. We conduct about 5 to 6 webinars a month on various topics related to humanitarian and disaster risk reduction. And also, can you come down, please? Can you scroll down? Yeah, and also various thematic trainings that we conduct with specific groups like for CSRs, for civil society organizations, on humanitarian logistics, on psychosocial support in emergencies, first aid trainings, etc., as per the needs of the community. So this is something we do in non-disaster timings. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mohan, for that elaborate presentation on how your organization is mitigating disaster management. I would now request Mr. Shantanu Bansal to talk to us about the role of Indian Armed Forces in mitigating natural disasters and how, of course, on the topic of the session, which is the integration of IGOs and NGOs and how it can amplify response to any disaster. Over to you, Mr. Bansal.
It's been shared. That cannot be stopped. Okay, but it will not be streamlined. No need for this. I have. Just tap the screen. Done. Done. Good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm here, and it was nice listening to NBRC. Years from NBRC the moment I talked about NBRC. So I'm here to provide some insight on handling strategic communication in times of contingency, mostly the social media, and how IDN has been evolved into at the forefront of disaster response and national emergencies. So as one of the speakers of the session on the role of social media and strategic communications in disaster management, I welcome you all to the age of warfare where communication defines the beginning and the end of operations. As the founder of IIDN, I have been at the forefront of strategic communications for more than a decade. In these years of continuous data analysis and communications in the shortest possible time frame, there are many valuable experiences and learnings which I would like to share with the esteemed audience. I founded IDN in 2012, and since then, we have come a long way in using social media as an arm of strategic communication. When I started IDN, there was no realization at any level that social media could play any role in the national security. I started IIDN as a matter of fact to provide knowledge about defense equipment and military history to a limited audience of not more than 1,000 in 2012. Today, IIDN has a big community of followers across social media with reach of more than 700,000 followers. In named the platform IIDN, Indian Aerospace Defense News, as I could foresee back in 2012, the air power would become a dominant domain of warfare. In fact, the term aerospace itself is made up of air and space, which has been now realized as the most important dimension of warfighting in all arms, and space being the final frontier of warfare. IADN come into existence in 2012. ADGPI Indian Army established its social media wing by joining Facebook in 2013. Air Force spokesperson came on social media in 2016, and so did the Indian Navy. There were no or very less websites back when I started IIDN who were focusing specifically on subjects related to military studies and disaster relief operations at the forefront of public discussion. We fostered knowledge, information at the most ground level, telling the people the basics of military knowledge and disaster response. Within a few months of some years continued public engagement, we saw tremendous growth on our portal. By 2016, a new niche was created, and the security domain got the forefront of public news and discussions, and so did the disaster relief operations. By 2016, the newspaper went for establishing its defense correspondent. Thereon, the matter of national security and disaster relief, which for somewhere did not get much public attention, now have become hot topic to cover for every prime time show. With my experience, I can confidently say that social media has a very big role in promoting India's strategic culture, and we are proud to be part of this profound journey. I am lucky enough to have witnessed the transition of a generation that was back then dependent on electronic media, especially TV and even newspapers, for accumulation of facts and information of national importance. But today, social media has empowered every user to be as effective as a correspondent of a TV channel or a reporter of a newspaper. Today, we see more social media-led news reporting. Social media platform has indeed revolutionized the disaster management by facilitating efficient communication, information sharing, and collaboration among stakeholders. These technologies enable authorities, disaster management professionals, and at-risk communities to collect information, communicate life-saving messages faster and more effectively. The indispensable role of social media in disaster relief operations by empowering information flow, community engagement, rapid action across disaster management cycles. Social media can be utilized multiple communication channels to ensure that people at risk can get information on time and can take appropriate action on time. As social media platforms have become an integral part of many people's daily life, as per general available data, people spend an average of 2.5 hours a day on social media. With their extensive reach and high level of user engagement, social media platforms offer significant potential to enhance disaster preparedness, response, and risk reduction efforts.
Mr. Bansal, I'll request you to wrap it up in the next 2 minutes, please.
Doing. The mitigation risk, it is crucial to harmonize messaging across platforms and organizations. Establishing a unified, authoritative source of information can help ensure the consistent, accurate, up-to-date guidance reaches the affected communities. Here I must share my experience with ADGPI, where I, in case, would like to get some information regarding any incident in Kashmir. I will not directly go to the Northern Command or ADGPI itself. I would directly contact the Chinar Corps of the Kashmir. Today, not only commands have got their social media accounts, even the corps has established their presence on social media. You will see there is hardly any mismatch of communication in the chain of command of ADGPI. The corps level social media handles will be in complete sync and ADGPI social media handle. However, I believe we still need to work on deep social media research. The lack of social media IT talent in the forces is a relevant concern where at IDN we are trying to bridge a gap. As in the sense that ADGPI cannot post anything, we can surely help to ensure better information operations. In the end, I must say that social media is indeed a complex domain, and its complexity further its importance in the national building. Thank you.
So I will now request our last speaker for today's session, Dr. Nikunj Makwana, to share his insights with us. And I just want to reiterate the topic for today's discussion, which is integration of IGOs, NGOs in media and disaster preparedness. Mr. Makwana, over to you.
Thank you, Shaji. तो वैसे तो लास्ट स्पीकर होने का अपना डिसएडवांटेज है, बट मैं न्याय देने की कोशिश करूंगा। तो जैसा कि ये टॉपिक है आईजीओ, एनजीओ एंड मीडिया की डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस में किस तरह की भूमिका हो सकती है। तो मेरा मानना है कि डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस में ये तीनों एक बहुत ही बड़ा क्रूशियल रोल प्ले करते हैं। और अगर हम रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी, डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट सोसाइटी बनाने की बात करते हैं, डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट कम्युनिटी बनाने की बात करते हैं, तो इन तीनों की बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। अगर आईजीओस के बारे में बात करें, मैं एक के बाद एक लूंगा, फिर बाद में इनके इंटरेक्शन की बात करूंगा। अगर आईजीओस की बात करें तो जैसे हम देखते हैं कि पूरे विश्व का डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट या तो क्राइसिस सिचुएशन जो होती है उसमें कहीं ना कहीं इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आ ही जाते हैं, और यूनाइटेड नेशंस, वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वर्ल्ड बैंक एटसेट्रा, यूनाइटेड एटसेट्रा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बड़ा क्रूशियल रोल प्ले करते हैं। इनका जो रोल है, उनकी भूमिका है, वो जनरली पॉलिसी डेवलपमेंट, स्टैंडर्ड सेटिंग्स में होती है। जैसे कि हम देखते हैं कि यूएनडीआरआर ने जो है सेंडाई फ्रेमवर्क फॉर डीआरआर हमें दिया है। दूसरा जो है कि ये जो इंटरनेशनल रिस्पॉन्स है उसको, उसका जो एक कोऑर्डिनेशन जो होता है उसमें भी एक आईजीओ, उसमें भी जो आईजीओ से इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। और हमने देखा है कि भूतकाल में जितने भी डिजास्टर्स हुए, बड़े बड़े डिजास्टर, उसमें आईजीओस ने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। इसके साथ साथ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड फंडिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट्स भी आईजीओस प्रोवाइड करते हैं। लेकिन मुझे थोड़ा इसके बारे में 2-3 इश्यूज बात करना है कि आईजीओस को क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल हेल्थ क्राइसिस के बाद है, उनके अपने उनके अपने मकसद भी है। तो हमें एज अ गवर्नमेंट या तो भारत देश को कितना आईजीओ से हेल्प लेनी चाहिए, उसकी भी एक लिमिट रखनी पड़ सकती है। क्योंकि हम देखते हैं कि जो ये आईजीओ जो है वो कई बार ऐसा देखा गया है कि डिजास्टर की सिचुएशन हो या क्राइसिस सिचुएशन हो, जब नेशनल इंटरेस्ट की बात आती है एंड ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट की बात आती है, तो ऐसी स्थिति में कई बार आईजीओस एंड गवर्नमेंट्स का दोनों का जो है वो आमने सामने रवैया होता है, और इंस्टीट्यूशनल स्कीम्स जैसी परिस्थिति का भी निर्माण हो सकता है। दूसरा ये है कि आईजीओ जो है उनका कहीं ना कहीं, चाहते हुए ना चाहते हुए भी, भारत देश के पॉलिटिशियन, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स एज वेल एज डोमेस्टिक पॉलिसीज पे भी काफी बड़ा और रोल होता है, इन्फ्लुएंस होता है। तो उसको किस हद तक हमें मर्यादित करना है, किस हद तक उनसे सहाय लेनी है, वो भी हमें कलेक्टिवली सोचना पड़ेगा, चिंतन करना पड़ेगा। दूसरा जो विषय है एनजीओ का डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस में क्या भूमिका हो सकती है। तो डेफिनेटली एनजीओ जैसे रेड क्रॉस है, ऑक्सफैम है, और बाकी एमएसएफ है वगैरह, बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बड़े बड़े एनजीओस है, आईजीओस है, वो अपना काम करते हैं डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस के लिए। अब ये एनजीओ की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका इसलिए बन जाती है क्योंकि कम्युनिटी के साथ जो कनेक्ट होता है वो जनरली एनजीओ बहुत अच्छे से कर सकता है। और जब मैं कम्युनिटी के साथ कनेक्ट की बात करता हूँ, तब मैं कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट की बात करता हूँ, मैं कम्युनिटी एजुकेशन की बात करता हूँ, मैं रैपिड रिस्पांस की बात करता हूँ, मैं रिलीफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, कम्युनिटी में रिलीफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की बात करता हूँ, मैं वल्नरेबल पॉपुलेशन के बीच में काम करने वाले उस एनजीओस की बात करता हूँ जो कहीं ना कहीं डिजास्टर की सिचुएशन में डिसेबल्ड, एल्डरली, चिल्ड्रन एंड वुमेन के बीच में जाके वहां पे काम करते हैं। तो एनजीओ की भी डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस की सिचुएशन में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। एग्जांपल्स नहीं लूंगा समय को देखते हुए, लेकिन यहाँ पे मुझे 2-3 बातें ध्यान में लेने लायक लग रही है। वो ये है कि अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं आज भी एनजीओस जो सही अर्थ में काम कर रहे हैं, फील्ड में जाके सही अर्थ में कुछ बेटरमेंट के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उनको आज भी फंडिंग का हमेशा फंडिंग क्रंच होता है। मतलब तो हमें जो ये सीएसआर फंडिंग जो है, और या तो प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से उनको फंडिंग मिलता है, उसकी मैकेनिज्म में भी थोड़ा बहुत कैसे हम इम्प्रूवमेंट कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में हमें सोचना चाहिए। दूसरा, इसके साथ ही एनजीओ जो है वो स्मॉल स्केल डिजास्टर में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका प्ले करता है। तो एनजीओ के बारे में बताते हुए फिर मैं मीडिया के बारे में बात करना चाहता हूँ। मीडिया के बारे में सर ने भी काफी कुछ बताया, सर ने और बाकी सब स्पीकर ने भी काफी कुछ बताया। जब मैं मीडिया की बात करता हूँ तो मैं दोनों तरह के माध्यम की बात करता हूँ, ट्रेडिशनल एज वेल एज डिजिटल मीडिया की बात करता हूँ। तो डेफिनेटली मीडिया का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल है अवेयरनेस एडवोकेसी में मीडिया जो है वो पब्लिक अवेयरनेस रेज करता है मीडिया जो है वो डिजास्टर एजुकेशन को डिसेमिनेट करने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है मीडिया की उसके साथ साथ ही मीडिया जो है बहुत ही एक पॉलिसी चेंज प्रमोट करता है डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के फील्ड में उसमें भी उसकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है लेकिन साथ साथ अगर मैं मीडिया की बात करूं तो निश्चित तौर पे मीडिया फोर्थ पिलर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी के तहत काम कर रहा है लेकिन मीडिया को भी अपने आप में थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा कि कितना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कितना डिसइंफॉर्मेशन पे कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं हम कई बार देखते हैं कि सो कॉल्ड रेप्यूटेड पोर्टल्स रेप्यूटेड मीडिया चैनल्स पुराने डिजास्टर के फोटो या पुराने रेल एक्सीडेंट के फोटोज इस रेल एक्सीडेंट में लगा देते हैं बहुत बार देखा गया है तो मीडिया का डेफिनेटली महत्वपूर्ण रोल है लेकिन साथ साथ में जो है वो एक उसकी एक बहुत ही रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी वाली भूमिका भी रहती है अब मैं अगर इसके इंटीग्रेशन की बात करूं मैं मीडिया आईजीओस एंड एनजीओस ये तीनों इंटीग्रेटेड वे में काम करके भी डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में बहुत ही बड़ा रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं और उसका मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूं आप सबने सुना होगा ग्लोबल डिजास्टर अलर्ट एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन सिस्टम जिडेक्स बोलते हैं उसको वो यूएन यूरोपियन कमीशन एज वेल एज अदर पार्टनर्स विथ हेल्प ऑफ मीडिया एंड विथ हेल्प ऑफ डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम करता है तो ये बहुत ही एक अच्छा एग्जांपल है जिसमें आईजीओ एनजीओ एंड मीडिया ये तीनों इंटीग्रेटेड वे में डिजास्टर प्रिपेयरनेस के लिए काम कर रहे हैं दूसरा ये तीनों अगर इंटीग्रेटेड वे में काम करे तो हमारे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग इनिशिएटिव्स भी और बेहतर हो सकते हैं एज वेल एज जो क्राइसिस कम्युनिकेशन की बात है वो भी बहुत ही बेहतर हो सकती है सो इसी के साथ मैं कंक्लूड करना चाहता हूँ कि आईजीओ एनजीओ एंड मीडिया प्ले अ यूनिक बट इंटरकनेक्टेड रोल and their collaboration has proven essential in reducing vulnerability and enhancing disaster preparedness. But we have to take care of our national interest. हमें कितना इन्वॉल्व होने देना है आईजीओस को कितना एनजीओस को इन्वॉल्व होने देना है वो हम सबको कलेक्टिवली एक देश के नाते सोचना पड़ेगा थैंक
for giving us an in-depth presentation to the topic perhaps. The house is now open for questions.
Just 2 comments.
Yes.
When earthquake had happened in Gujarat in 2001, there were 21 countries which had extended support and logistics in terms of resources, funding, and elsewhere, which also included, surprisingly, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. But going a little ahead in 2004, when the tsunami struck, and that was a very, very devastating act, not only against but number of other countries. At that time, India not only took care of its own need, it also assisted others. And I think, to my mind, there was a policy decision also taken that now India will be able to respond to its national need and will not be dependent on the support of other countries. I think that is national policy as of now. So that limits the role of IGOs to some extent. Of course, in the policy formulation, otherwise areas of the cooperation, there is no restriction. But I think we are trying to grow up in this particular direction and developing capacities to be fully capable to meet our needs and also being help to others. That is the I think the national stance. And I will also request Mrs. Sangeeta Saxena, editor ADU, who is also a media personal, to share her comments on this issue.
Actually, with the permission of the chair, I am a journalist who covers live. I don't work out of air-conditioned offices. So I've covered LAC, LOC, and most of the states in this country. None of them, I think, have been missed till now. And I have one point which has been missed in this discussion, which I requested DG CENJOWS that I would like to put across. When we are covering from the gentleman there said that the various corps have their setups and now they have social media officers posted there. My Very recently, I was with the Fire and Fury Corps, which is a corps in Leh. And the truth is that the NGOs, the the IGOs, and media also has one very important partner, which is the Indian Army, which does perception management exercises through the radio stations it owns. It's running. So it's running radio stations. They're run by the Indian Army in such locations where we want the availability to be in any natural calamity, any time where, the NDRF is required. And let me tell you the truth that the snow in Leh goes beyond bounds. You need to, it becomes a calamity, absolutely. People are stuck. And then you have this local radio, which is the media. There is no other media at that time. People like us are sitting in Delhi and Bombay and Calcutta and Madras, and we are not doing anything. So that is the media which sits there. There are those 3-4 young girls who are sitting there, and they are, even if it is minus 40 degrees, they're sitting there. The army does a human task, absolutely, by getting these people in connect. And then these girls will announce continuously that so much is required here. This area is cut off. So the NDRF also comes to know, the police also comes to know, everybody comes to know. It is a big task which cannot be in areas which are on the borders, cannot be done without the Indian Army. And Indian Army is creating its own media, which is great. It doesn't require people like us because we don't sit there. So it is those young girls who sit there and these young boys who sit there, and they will announce. The radios will keep announcing continuously. They'll announce. So you go to Karu, you go to anywhere. If anyone I'm sure of the Fauji's here, of course, I have gone, but the ones who are non-Fauji's, I'm sure, would not have seen those regions. I would request you to go and see how the 4, it's not 3, but it's 4 who get together when it comes to, calamity. So I just wanted to say that. That's all.
Thank you for those insights, Ms. Saxena. Very rightly said that it's also the army, media, IGOs, and the NGOs that come together and join hands. But any more questions? I have a question for any of the panelists. We did delve upon the IGOs and the NGOs and the media and their role. One pertinent point that rises is how to avoid duplication and ensure effective disaster response. Anybody who would like to answer that question?
So the whole idea of interagency coordination of sphere network is to ensure that we know which organization is doing what in what capacity and who is available, what kind of local capacities we have already at hand that does not need to be supplemented by national organizations or other organizations who do not have the context or experience in a particular setting. So when it comes to so there are different frameworks for how the interagency groups work in different states. So and for different disasters also. So we have a disaster calendar, so to speak, throughout the year where we conduct emergency preparedness workshops before monsoons. So this is to ensure that, and this is conducted at all conducted online so that multiple people can also join. And this is to ensure that we know what kind of measures have to be taken, what was missing last year, what gaps exist, and also to prepare all these organizations and stakeholders so that if there is a disaster, if there is an effort, we can easily connect with them and also ensure that there is no duplication in terms of all the organizations are not, for instance, focusing on WASH, or all the organizations are not
kits to ensure that these relevant organizations with specific expertise are engaged in the response and they're aware of what the other organizations are doing. If nobody has any questions, I would give my concluding statements. Well, it looks like everybody's ready to wrap up the day. All right, we had a comprehensive discussion on where India lacks in disaster risk management, to also the early warning systems given out by the Naga communities. There was also a special focus on youth engagement and various think tanks and agencies that are working together in disaster management. The undercurrent of the last session for today's conference was, of course, that the response to any disaster can be amplified only when all, like Ms. Saxena also said, all four actors join hands and mitigate the disaster risk management. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for this very insightful session. May I now request the chairperson to honor the distinguished panel members and come forward for a group photograph. Mr. Saurabh Dalal, Ms. Michelle Mohan, Mr. Shantanu Bansal, Mr. Nikunj Makwana, Ms. Mona Lisa Tase. May I also request DG CENJOWS to present a memo by to the chairperson.
So, yes. With this, we come to the end of session 4 and today's events. We hope to see you tomorrow for another round of scintillating discussions on synergies in India's disaster preparedness towards a comprehensive framework. Thank you, everyone.